Good morning. You'll correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Malika, or please correct me.
Morning, Chairperson.
Good morning. And, good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Sergeant Nkosi, yes. I was told there would be Ms. Katie Wemare. Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning, Ms. Mare. I understand you've been sworn in to interpret. Thank you.
Yes,
Sergeant Nkosi, I don't know, maybe when a difficult question or a question you don't understand, perhaps you should nod or give some signal to Ms. Mare for her to interpret. I'm just thinking it will be a waste of time if, for example, Ms. Mare were to interpret to you, was it a Thursday or a Monday? And that's interpreted will unnecessarily waste time. Am I making sense? Or will that not work for you?
Can you repeat that, Commissioner?
I'm saying, I do understand that yesterday you asked that you should be assisted by an interpreter. Now what I'm saying is there will be some questions that are easy to understand or to follow. And I'm giving the example of a question that says, was it a Monday or a Thursday? Surely you understand that. And
That's
you
correct.
should just say it was a Thursday, it was a Monday, or I don't remember. Do you see what I mean?
That's correct.
And then you can just find a way or decide on a way to signal to Ms. Mare that now I don't understand that one, and then Ms. Mare will interpret that.
That's correct. It's fine.
Will that work for you?
Definitely, Commissioners.
Or just a minute? Do you want perhaps to indicate whatever signal you'll be using so that Ms. Mare will be on the alert, and once you do that, she will then interpret for you?
I'll indicate with my eyes.
With your eyes?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Shaskatsin, perhaps before we start, there's the ruling in the witness G matter that has already gone out. It's already in the public domain, but I never made a public announcement on this forum. Perhaps let me just say to the public and for the record that the ruling is now out there. It's been published on the usual media platforms, and it has also been put up on the Commission's website. So anybody who is interested in it will see it on those platforms. Thank you. You may start, Mr. Shaskatsin.
Thank you, Chair. Before I start, I should just record a conversation I had with Mr. Mngwato this morning. He's unavailable, and Mr. Maleka is stepping in for him, but Mr. Maleka is not as familiar with the documents that we are traversing today as Mr. Mngwato was. So I have undertaken to Mr. Mngwato that where I ask questions where I think that there is a risk that the answer may be self-incriminatory, then I will flag the question at the time. So Sergeant Nkosi can decide whether he wants to answer it or to assert a privilege against self-incrimination. Because I think in the circumstances, well, certainly my view was that in the circumstances that was the way that would be proper to proceed, because just in fairness to Sergeant Nkosi.
I seem to recall, I forget which witness it was, that you drew to that witness's attention the fact that whatever a witness says that may incriminate the witness will not be used in the criminal proceedings against that witness.
Yes, Chair. I mean, there are two separate protections.
Yes,
the one is that nothing that Sergeant Nkosi says in these proceedings can ever be used in a criminal trial against him.
Yes.
But over and above that, he also has a privilege against self-incrimination. So if he does not want to answer a question because the answer may incriminate himself, he's not obliged to. He can
Okay,
choose
all
to,
right.
and then his answer is not admissible
not be
in any
used.
criminal
All right,
proceedings.
all
But I just thought that it was important, in the absence of Mr. Ngwato, to flag the questions that I think are potentially incriminatory.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chazelson. Let's start.
Sorry, Sergeant, just to clarify that, where I indicate that that the answer to a question may be incriminatory, if you choose to answer it, whatever you say cannot be used against you in a criminal trial. But if you believe that your answer may incriminate you, you are also entitled to say, I elect not to answer that question because I have a privilege against self-incrimination.
Just a minute. Mr. Chazelson, we've just discussed and agreed, but you may also, you and Mr. Maleka may also have a say on this if you want to. We are taking the view that this protection does not extend to issues relating to disciplinary matters, but do not translate to the criminal process in criminal proceedings.
I share that view, and I think in fairness to Sergeant Nkosi, we should make that clear as well.
Yes.
So Sergeant, when I said that nothing you say here can be used against you in a criminal trial, that doesn't extend to other proceedings, like disciplinary proceedings. So answers here may be capable of being used in disciplinary proceedings. You do also have a privilege against self-incrimination. So you can choose to say, I don't want to answer that question because the answer may incriminate me.
Mr. Maleka, your take or your view on this?
That's fine, Your Worship.
Oh, you agree with, thank you. Rather chair than your worship. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Chazelson.
And Chair, just in view of the practice of telling people which files we're going to go to, today is going to be the last 3 files. So most of today will be the last 3 files.
We have file 2, plain file 2, it not being 2 off. Is that what you're saying?
There ought to be an additionally paginated, are they in 2 files, not in 3?
It is 3, but I'm still going to get the 3rd one. It's the 1, 2, 3 without the off.
Indeed.
We are ready, Mr. Chazelson.
Thank you, Chair. They're talking about Tswane. and it's going to involve a new set of actors, as it were, that the Commission doesn't know about. So I thought the best way to start was to identify the people who I'm going to be asking you questions about so that the Commission understands who they are, what roles they occupy, and the like. So the first person is Mr. Mnisi, and can you confirm that he is the CFO of Tshwane?
Yes, I confirm.
And that he is recorded in your WhatsApps as CFO Mpumalanga?
I confirm.
And that he chaired the BAC in respect of tender 1 of 24-25, which was the security tender in relation to land invasions and land protection that was ultimately awarded to your brother's company, among others.
I can confirm that.
Then the second person who we may mention is Mr. Modise, who is sometimes referred to as Bonzo Modise. Was he the deputy mayor of Tshwane over this period?
He's still a deputy mayor.
The third person is a General Dlamini, who is the deputy of the Tshwane Municipal Police, deputy head of the Tshwane Municipal Police Department.
That's correct.
And he's listed in your chats as General Dlamini undercover, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you often refer to him just as General?
That's correct.
As does Mr. Mnisi.
Can you repeat that?
And Mr. Mnisi also refers to him as General. So when Mr. Mnisi says in the chats General, he's referring to General Dlamini.
That's correct.
Is General the name or
The rank, I would imagine. Sorry, Sergeant, I presume General is not his first name, it's his rank.
That's correct.
Then we...
Before you proceed, I referred him as General, but he's a deputy chief. I don't know, their ranks, they differ than with us.
I see, so it may not be his officially designated rank, he's the deputy chief.
That's correct.
Then there is Mpho Lekukela, and he is recorded in your chats as Luca Nicol. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There is...
And what's the position of...
Can you tell the chair what position Mr. Lekukela holds?
I don't know currently what he holds, but he's working in Rustenburg in administration office there in Rustenburg.
And at the time, was he employed by the Tshwane municipality in late 2024, early 2025? Had he moved to Rustenburg yet?
That's correct.
No. Had he already moved to Rustenburg by late 2024?
Yes, he had moved.
Had he previously been employed by the Tshwane municipality?
Yes, he had been.
And what position did he hold then, that is before he moved to Rustenburg?
I think he was still a senior admin.
And if I remember yesterday, you mentioned that there was some tension between him and the CFO, and that you had tried to broker peace between them.
That's correct.
Then there is someone recorded in your chats as MMC Vivian Morodi. Is she a member of the Municipal Council of Tshwane?
That's correct.
Representing which party?
Action SA.
Then the chats refer to Victor. Would that be Victor Khopa?
I don't know him.
Do you know who Victor is when the chats refer to Victor?
No.
There is also reference in the chats to Kane. Would that be Kane Mpofu, who is the divisional head of supply chain management in Tshwane?
I don't know him.
Is it C-A-I-N?
C-A-I-N.
Surname?
Mpofu. And the chats also refer to Nico, and my question to you is that a reference to Mr. Lekukela or to Nico Matobela?
I would not know.
Okay. When we come to, I may ask you when we come to specific chats that refer to Kane or Victor. Or Nick. I'm going to take you through your chats with Mr. Mnisi, and remember that the times on these chats are set according to Greenwich Mean Time, so you need to add 2 hours to any time to understand what the South African time was at the time. And the first chat that I want to take you to is on page 29 of file 1. And there is a picture of Mr. Mnisi at a shooting range. And did you take Mr. Mnisi shooting on that day?
I confirm.
And was that his first time ever shooting?
On the indoors, yes.
And if we go down to page 30, you'll see in the chat at the time says 12:17, that would be in fact 14:17. Said, "You did well on the range, my man." And he said, "Not too bad for the first time, my bro." You recall that?
That's correct.
And I presume he really enjoyed himself on this shooting range experience.
That's correct.
Then on the, if you go down to page 42, you see at the foot of the page, 42, and then going on to 43, you sent him a series of pictures of, it's these three-wheelers, like the three-wheeler that you bought for Mr. Msibi and Mr. Mtakati, and those pictures continue all the way down to page 48. And you sent them to him on the 15th of November. You recall that?
That's correct.
Why were you sending them to him?
I've sent these pictures to him because we share the same intimate of biking.
I see. Can I ask, when did Mr. Mnisi come to Tshwane? When did he become the CFO?
I can't be sure, between maybe 2023 or 22, I'm not sure.
2023 or 2022. You say you both shared an interest in biking. I see that he then, at the foot of page 48, sends you back a picture of a bike that's more cut out for speed than the three-wheelers, and then he says lower down on page 49, at the time on the chat, it says 127, that's 327. Definitely, my bro, I like the speed. You recall that exchange?
That's correct.
Then, on the 22nd of November, if you go to page 52, footer 51, top of 52,
Page 52.
Yes, 52. It starts just at the bottom of the preceding page. There's a picture of a letter sent to Tswani by the Hawks asking for information in relation to certain investigations. You recall this letter?
That's correct, I recall.
And Mr. Mnisi asked, for what I infer from the chats, is that Mr. Mnisi asked you for advice in relation to how he should be dealing with the Hawks. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we go down to page 65, we see on page 65 that he in fact sent you a draft of the letter that he proposed to write back to the Hawks, and he asked you to read it and to confirm that it was in order. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you responded to him, send, we just saw it now, I'm with Zungu. So in fact, you were speaking to Warrant Officer Zungu, who is in the Hawks, to get his advice also on how it would be appropriate to respond to this letter from the Hawks. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Then on the 7th of December, if we go down to page 78, we see that you sent Mr. Mnisi a copy of the warrant of arrest for Mr. Kaula. You see that?
That's correct.
And initially, when I read the chats, I thought that maybe Mr. Kaula had come down, Mr. Mnisi had come down with you to Kroonstad, but I think now that my initial understanding was incorrect. He didn't come down with you to Kroonstad, did he?
Yes, that's correct.
So, yes, it's correct that he didn't come down. He did not come down.
Now you're referring to Mr. Mnisi.
Mr. Mnisi, yes.
Yes.
But you were going to pick him up the next morning to do something together. Is that not correct? Because if you go back to, if you go to the, if you go to the foot of page 77, you see that at the time that says 7:23 p.m., which is actually 9:50 p.m., you say Mpofu tomorrow. He responds, Mpofu, yes, please. I'm going to that place. I have to be there by 9 a.m. And you say dress code, time to collect you at your place, and then you send the warrant, and then he answers, just normal, my brother, black t-shirt, I don't want to attract too many eyes. So from that I infer that you and he were going somewhere together the next morning.
That's correct.
And do you recall where it was?
I can't recall. It might be in one of the events that we usually go.
And what sort of events were those?
I can't recall.
No, but you say the sort of events that we usually go, but what sort of events did you go to with Mr. Mnisi?
The bike events,
I see. Why did you send Mr. Mnisi the warrant of arrest for Mr. Kaula?
I sent it for him to see that I was busy at that particular time with this warrant.
I see. He writes back to you on page 79 at it's the second last chat on the page. This guy's in trouble. I presume he's referring to Kaula.
That's correct.
And then if we go down to 80 and 81, you said, there is a chat. If we go to 80, at the chat time 8:29 p.m., which was actually 10:29 p.m., you explained to Mr. Mnisi in relation to Mr. Kaula, we're waiting for him at 2300 hours to be on stage, then we arrest. He stopped to gossip about politicians. So was that really expressing your view that the reason for this operation was to stop Mr. Kaula gossiping about politicians?
Can you repeat that question? I just want to understand it clearly.
Did you understand that the reason for this hunt for Mr. Kaula was primarily to stop him gossiping about politicians?
No.
What did you mean when you told Mr. Mnisi he stopped to gossip about politicians?
No, I think it was just a talk between myself and Mr. Mnisi. Not that we must stop to gossip about the politicians, as it's seen here.
You did earlier say that one of the reasons you understood General Sabia to be so concerned about this case was that Mr. Kaula had published material about Minister Mbalula. You recall that?
Yes, I recall that.
So stopping him publishing material about Minister Mbalula was probably quite high in General Sabia's list of priorities, or not? You don't have to answer that one.
Sorry, can I just ask, at page 79, you say that you were going to pick up the Mr. Mnisi the following day to go biking. But then at 79, there's that chat there where you had asked dress code at 78, and then at 79, he says, just normal, my brother, black t-shirt. I don't want to attract too many eyes. Can you just explain why would it be an issue if you're just going biking, how he dresses? I mean, what environment do you bike in where there's opportunity to attract attention to him from how he's dressed?
Okay, my answer to the evidence leader at that time, I said, I don't remember which event exactly. Then he said, usually what kind of events do you attend? I said, biking. So in this matter, I was answering based on those facts.
Saying for sure that you were going biking.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chaskasi.
Just a matter of detail, Mr. Chaskasi. Around 2024, I think Mr. Mbalula was by then the Secretary General of the African National Congress and no longer a minister.
Thank you, Chair. And by the end of 2024...
Sorry again. Very. Sergeant Nkosi, we are just thinking that what you indicated is how you would require that Ms. Murray interpret may not always be visible. Perhaps you should just indicate to me, I would like that interpreted. So you vocalize that.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Commissioner.
We think that will work better.
Thank you,
Understood?
Commissioner.
Yes, but you are still comfortable with what you said at the beginning, which is that you don't want each and every question interpreted.
That's correct, Commissioner.
All right, thank you. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Chair. And Sergeant, if you go down to page 96, you'll see the New Year's greetings that you exchange on New Year's Day 2025 with the CFO. And those greetings reflect a friendship that has, a strong friendship that has now developed, I want to put to you. He says, Mfethu, Happy New Year to you. Thank you very much for always being there for me. In you I found a brother. I hope we can move from strength to strength together. I also want you to know that I'll always be there for you as well, my brother, no matter what. And you respond, compliments my brother. Indeed, in you I found a true brother. Let this year be the year of more progress and happiness. So would it be fair to say that by the end of 2024, you had a close friendship with Mr. Mnisi?
By what?
By New Year's 2025, you had a close friendship with Mr. Mnisi.
That's correct.
And now, I want to take you to a chat with that General Dlamini sent you in July 2025. That's the 12th of July 2025, and it is on page 552 in volume 2. And it's chat number 3 on page 552. And there General Dlamini says to you, morning, Captain. I can see, Ukuthi, you have captured Mpofu-Walsh, and he wouldn't want you to leave him. And he's referring by Mpofu-Walsh to Mr. Mnisi, is he not? When he refers to Mpofu-Walsh, he's referring to Mr. Mnisi.
That's correct.
I can see, Ukuthi, you have captured Mpofu-Walsh, and he wouldn't want you to leave him. You should gear yourself to do so forever, my brother. Mpofu-Walsh is the best person to be with, Ujuda Wetu, who will do great things for us compared to Baba Wako Ngaseko. So he is saying, well, he's saying several things to you, and I'd like your comment on them. The first thing he's saying is you've captured Mr. Mnisi. What's your comment on that?
What's my comment on his statement that the general sent to me?
Well, let me ask a separate question. Why do you think he has said you have captured Mr. Mnisi?
According to my understanding, it was, I'm close to Mr. Mnisi.
So you read this to mean that he was saying you are close to Mr. Mnisi?
That's correct.
You should gear yourself to do so forever, my brother. Is he then saying you should stay close to Mr. Mnisi forever?
In terms of our relationship, myself and Mr. Mnisi, that is how I understood him.
Please leave the second mic on, Sergeant Nkosi.
And this file keeps on switching off this. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay.
And then he says, Mfowethu is the best person to be with. Ujuda wetu, who will do great things for us compared to ubaba wako ungaseko. So he is saying to you that Mr. Mnisi, and I presume when he refers to ubaba, he's talking about Mr. Msibi, who had passed away by that stage.
That's incorrect.
Who is he referring to by ubaba wako ungaseko?
I don't know.
Our deceased father, who would he mean by that?
Can you come again?
Ubaba wako ungaseko, who could he be referring to there?
I might not know, or I don't know. Let me be.
Can I ask, did General Dlamini know about your relationship to Mr. Msibi?
That's correct.
And when he said that Mr. Mnisi will do great things for us, what do you think he had in mind? What great things would Mr. Mnisi do for you?
I don't know what he meant by his message.
Can I take you to a series of developments that were also taking place between that first, well, not that.
But before you move on, Mr. Shaskalsin, you responded to the text that Mr. Shaskalsin has just read to you. You responded with 3 emojis, and I don't know whether those squares are also emojis. What did you mean by that?
I'm just acknowledging the message that he sent. Yeah, at that time I was acknowledging.
Yeah. Can you explain what you mean by acknowledge in that context?
Acknowledging the message that he sent to me, that I received it.
That you've received it?
Yes.
Surely if you merely acknowledge receipt in this context with no further response, question, query, it must mean you understood the content.
Yes, I understood.
You understood the content.
That's correct.
So that must mean you knew the Baba wako ongaseko. You knew who he was referring to.
I would not know.
What would you not know?
I would not know when he said ubaba wako ongaseko. He might have maybe referred to his brother as well. Ubaba wako ongaseko.
Ubaba is father, not brother.
Yes, his brother to me was ubaba.
But you've just said now, in response to my second last question, you've just said you understood what he meant by the text he had sent you.
Okay.
So you must have understood what he meant by ubaba wako ongaseko.
Yes.
It's only logical, correct?
That's correct.
So who was the baba wako ongaseko then?
I'm trying to explain this so that
Yes.
maybe the commission must get me.
Yes.
Like when I explained that, he said, I can see that Ukuti, you have captured Mfowethu. Maybe the commission can understand
You explained that
in other ways.
No. You explained that to Advocate Shaskalsin.
Yes.
That's not where I am. My focus is right at the end of the text, the reference to ubaba wako ongaseko.
Yes.
So I'm saying, having responded to me and said, you understood the text. So I'm asking, who did you understand him, that is General Dlamini, to be referring to when he said ubaba wako ongaseko?
Okay. I would not understand when he said that part of ubaba wako ongaseko. I just responded that
Then I don't understand your response that you understood the text. You did not qualify your response that you understood the text. You did not qualify it and say that I understood parts and I did not understand other parts. You did not say that.
Okay, Commissioner, according to me, I responded the way I understood it that time.
Which was what?
Which was that myself and the CFO are close, even though here he wrote captured. But I did not understand this part of ubaba wako ongaseko, but I kept on saying.
I'm saying I don't understand that in the light of the fact that you did not qualify your earlier response, which was that you understood what he meant, and that your acknowledgement of his text signified your understanding of the text. That's what you said earlier. So I don't understand the qualification now. Do you care to comment?
No comment.
All right. And what were the great things that he was referring to that Mfowenu would do for you?
Great things, just great things in life. You know, enjoy life. And according to my understanding, spend time together, having fun together. To me, those were great things.
This is the CFO of Tshwane municipality. What great things would he do for you?
Bring happiness as friends.
Thank you, Mr. Shaswasi.
Well, I'm now going to take you to a series of exchanges that happened in parallel with this period that we've talked about of the building of your relationship with Mr. Mnisi. And again, if any of these questions, if the answers to any of these questions are answers that you don't want to answer because they are that you fear that your answer might incriminate yourself, you must say so and you don't have to answer. So the first parallel text I want to take you to is on page 1136, 1136.
File number?
File 3. And there you'll see in chat 5, on 2 December 2024, you send MMC Morodi an address in Teresa Park. You see it?
That was 10/07/2025.
No, 2/10/15 is my 1136. Are we on 1136? Do you see it? Text number 5, there's an address there.
Yes, I see it.
And I mean, I may be completely wrong. So what I have inferred from looking at what that address is and looking at the chats is that that was the address of a school field where you had organized a birthday celebration for her. Have I got it completely wrong? You could say yes.
Yes.
Okay, what was the address? I don't even know. Well, what was the address? She says thank you when you give her that address. Why was she thanking you for that address?
Okay. It was an address of where there were orphanages. At that time, they were visiting that address, and there were girls. If I can quite remember, it's a spa. I wanted her to address those ladies.
Okay. If you go, she then sends you something on a screen, which we'll get back to later, but then at 6:28:41, she says, thank you for making my birthday special. And so was this her birthday?
I can't remember, but I guess so.
And how did you make her birthday special? What was she thanking? What had you done for which she was thanking you?
By giving her an opportunity to address young women who are unprivileged.
Between the chats, just before she says, thank you for making my birthday special, she sent you a picture, and that picture's at 1236. Sorry, 1169. 1169.
1169
of the same file. And this looks like an internal City of Tshwane document dealing with tenders for land leases, which explains the specifications that were put out, the proposals that came in, which were recommended, which leases had been recommended for cancellation, and which proposals had been approved by the bid adjudication committee. Why did she send that to you? And again, if the question is potentially, if the answer is potentially self-incriminatory, you don't need to answer it, and you can, but you do need to say why you're not answering it.
Okay, we had a discussion about the land that were to be leased to the public, and then she then sent this to me, that these are the kind of buildings that the city leased. So this one automatically, I think it was already been cancelled. It was on a public platform.
So you say this was on a public platform?
That's correct.
How did you know that?
Because she told me so.
So she said this is a publicly available document.
Yes.
That will give you an indication of what the city's attitudes to land leases are. You know, what land's available, what prices they accept, what prices they reject.
By the time she sent this to me, this project, according to my understanding then, it was already closed.
The bids were already closed.
That's correct.
What I want to put you is, as we will see later, the fact that bids have already been closed doesn't seem to be that much of a problem in your dealings in relation to Tshwane tenders. But for now, let me just ask, what was your interest in land leases from the Tshwane municipality? Why were you interested in what land they were putting out to lease?
Can you repeat that?
Why were you interested in land that Tshwane was putting out to lease, in leases offered by the Tshwane municipality over municipal land? What was your interest in that?
I did not have any interest.
Why did she send this to you?
It was just a topic between myself and her.
And what was, if you had no interest in municipal leases, why had you been discussing it with her?
It was just a discussion.
But why, who raised the discussion, you or her?
I can't remember.
But if you had no interest in municipal land leases, you wouldn't have raised a discussion of that nature. Can we accept that?
I can't comment on that because I can't remember exactly who raised that between myself and her.
All right. Well, it's not clear to me. I mean, this is a matter that's right at the fringes of our terms of reference. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but let's go to the next topic. If we then go back to page 59,
Which file?
of file 1. And you see, this is in the period where you are assisting Mr. Mnisi in how to respond to the Hawks. And you see the top message on page 59 is a message where I think you are forwarding a message that you have sent to Warrant Officer Zungu. You're forwarding that to Mr. Mnisi, and it says, Zungu, I think I'm mistaken, Office of DPCI Judge. I think I wrote some remarks, it should be tram shed. Please confirm before the guy sends the message. Is that correct? You were sending to Mr. Mnisi a message that you had sent to Warrant Officer Zungu in relation to the assistance that you were both giving him on how to deal with the Hawks query.
That's correct.
He then sends us his next message to you. What's his vendor number? And then he says, my brother, can I have Becky's vendor number at Tshwane? Thanks, my guy. And in those messages, he's asking for your brother's vendor number at the municipality, is he not?
That's correct.
And if we go down to 72536, you send back the vendor number of your brother's company. You send a text saying 17454 Ngapeshia.
That's correct.
Why was he interested in your brother's company's vendor number at the city?
Actually, he was not interested. I was interested because I've raised it with him that my brother is busy applying in different jobs there by Tshwane and is not getting any. Then he said, no, maybe something is not okay. Can you please send his vendor number so that I must check what is it a problem.
And what jobs was your brother applying for?
Supplying.
And when you say your brother's company was applying for jobs, is this competing for tenders?
Short supplies.
Short supplies without tenders?
Yes. Anything that might have came or been advertised at Swan.
So were you talking now in particular about tenders or non-tender procurement? Well, tenders or non-tender procurement? What were you discussing?
I can't be saying none or tender procurement. I was just referring that this is the vendor number. Check on what is happening. Why isn't my brother getting anything?
But I just, you see, I want to understand the context in which your brother expected to get jobs. Was it that he was putting in bids for tenders but not winning the tenders? Was it that? So can we deal with that first? Was that a problem that your brother had?
As I've said, the reason that I've sent that vendor number to Mr. Mnisi, I was making inquiries with him that, hey, can you check for me what is happening with my brother's company, because he's been applying for jobs there and then he does not get anything. Then Mr. Mnisi said, send me his vendor number so that I must check what is happening.
So I'm genuinely just not clear what the situation you were describing is. So if he has a vendor number, it means he already has been appointed in some sort of capacity by the city, is it not? Was he on a panel of suppliers that the city would rotate? Was that his position?
Can you repeat that question?
Was he on a panel of suppliers that had been appointed by the city and the work was going to other members of the panel? I mean, had he already been appointed is the question that I'm asking, or was he wanting to be appointed?
It was an inquiry on what is the problem. Why is he not getting jobs?
Yeah, but I think we're at cross purposes here, because I need to know what the status of your brother's company was in relation to the city. Was it that his company had been appointed as one of several companies to do a particular kind of work, and the work should be rotated through those companies, but he wasn't getting any? Was it that?
That's correct.
And what was the panel to which his company had been appointed? What was the work that he had been appointed to do by the city?
I don't know exactly, but I'll take it from the discussion with my brother. That is that I'm being frustrated. I'm busy applying for things there in Tshwane and I don't get any response. So I said, no, I will check what might be the problem. But specifically, I did not ask him on what exactly did he apply for.
Because, sorry, again, we may still be at cross purposes. Because if he is applying, that suggests it's not a panel it's not a panel appointment, because if you have been appointed to a panel, you apply to be on the panel, you get put on the panel, and then the city decides how to rotate work across the panel. If you're applying, it suggests that there are bids or invitations put out by the city, or requests for quotations put out by the city. You respond, but the city doesn't accept your application on response. Are we talking about the second category, where the city invites bids or quotations, your brother applies, but the city rejects him?
Do you understand the distinction, Sergeant Nkosi? Do you understand the distinction?
I want to understand it clearly, but it seems I fail because
Ms. Murray, did you hear the question or would you like to have it repeated?
Thank you, Commissioner. If it could be repeated.
Yes.
What's been going around and round in sectors now? Thank you.
So there are two different types of situations that I want to distinguish between in relation to procurement.
Kona imkhakha emibili maqondana ne procurement ukuthi uthola usizo nemisebenzi edingekayo. Ngifuna ukwenza umehluko kuyo.
The first is where the city invites applications to be for suppliers to be appointed to a panel.
Eyokuqala lapho idolobha elimema abantu ukuthi bafakelwe ku panel yalaba abazocela kubo imisebenzi edingekayo.
And if you are successful, you become one of the suppliers on the panel.
Uma uphumelela uba omunye walabo abazoba ama supplier kuleyo panel.
And then what the city will do is it will rotate its contracts among the members of the panel for that type of supply.
Okusho ke ukuthi ke idolobha selizokwenza ukuthi lijikeleze kulabo abakhona kule panel mangabe bedinga imisebenzi ethile ukuthi yenziwe.
Linike lo liphinde linike omunye kanjalo ulaba abakwi panel. There was nothing wrong you said, I just wanted to add more. Yes.
So that's the first situation. I'll call it the panel situation.
Ushuthi ke umkhakha wokuqala lo ushuthi laba baku panel isimo sabo.
The second situation is where the city invites a bid or a quotation for a particular contract.
Isimo ke lesesibili lapho nje abamema wonke umuntu ukuthi bafakele izicelo zokwenza leyo msebenzi.
And you apply by submitting your bid or your quotation.
Bese ke abaphendula ngokuthi bafakele ama quotation noma ama bid wabo.
And the city chooses which application to accept.
Bese ke idolobha yilo ke elikhethayo ukuthi yipi bid noma quotation elizoyamukela.
So those are the two situations. I'm just trying to understand, was your brother in the panel situation or in the bid application or quotation application situation?
Lapho ke ngithanda ukuqondisisa khona ukuthi ngabe umfowenu waye kusiphi isimo, ngabe waye kulesi simo salaba baku panel okungakhethwa kubo noma waye kulaba nje okuvelwe kubizwa khona ama quotation noma ama bid ukuthi abantu bonke abazifakele wona.
angeke ngakufakazela kakhulu ngoba ngikwazi engikwaziyo nganginikeza uCFO ngezizathu zokuthi abuke noma umfowethu compliant in terms of azabe lokhu akufakile or in terms of icompany yakhe iyamita izizathu zokuba ingasebenza ethwana.
I'm not in a position to comment on that. All I was doing was to inquire from the CFO why my brother wasn't getting any success in terms of the task or whatever required to be done.
Okay, well, let's move on from this specific exchange. Can I then take you to page 99? And you see at chat time, it's the 7th of January, it's that white box that's on screen. It was at 10:55 in the morning, although the chat says 8:55. Mr. Mnisi sends you details of a tender that has a compulsory briefing session on the 21st of January. It's for the supply, delivery, and offloading of refuse bags for the city for 3 years. And he says underneath, Mfowethu, I've sent the above to Becky, we need to regroup on it. And you say, thank you, Mfowethu. And again, you are, I mean, if you feel that your answer to any of the questions I'm now going to ask may incriminate you, you're entitled to refuse to answer them. But my first question is, why did he send you this tender, the details of this tender?
I think, as I've asked him to, if there is anything that my brother can apply on, work on, he must send to me.
In his message to you, he says, I've sent the above to Becky, we need to regroup on that. What did he mean by, what did you understand him to mean by, we need to regroup on it?
Okay. My understanding, it was maybe we must meet together, myself and my brother.
Did you know if, as CFO, he was going to play any official role in relation to the award of this tender?
He was not.
So he was not going to be on the bid adjudication committee? Is that what your evidence is?
I'm answering that question that you asked me, that if I knew that the CFO will be involved.
Okay, well, let's take it back a step. Did you know whether he was going to play any official role? Did you know?
He was not going to play anything.
So you knew that he was not going to play a role?
That's correct.
And your evidence is that he did not play a role?
That's correct.
And what was he going to do with you and your brother in relation to this tender? What was the meeting going to be about?
Okay. As a reply to Mfowethu, I've sent to Beggy, we must regroup on it. I think, according to my understanding, if Beggy qualified, he was supposed to apply like any other one.
Again, this is an issue at the fringes of our terms of reference. So I'm going to move on from this tender. Can I take you to page 113?
$113.
113. And we're now at the 29th of January, 2025. And if the second last chat on the page, Mr. Mnisi says, okay, my brother, can I request that we meet tomorrow? I have to get our report ready for you. Is that fine? You see it?
That's correct.
And report is in inverted commas. You see it?
That's correct.
What was he referring to when he referred to our report in inverted commas?
I can't recall.
Would you have known at the time?
I can't recall.
Your response was, okay, cool, my man, see you tomorrow. So you must have known at the time what he was referring to.
When I look at my charts here, I can't really recall what was the report all about.
Well, what was Mr. Mnisi doing for you that at the time that could conceivably have been referred to as a report? What documents was he sharing with you? What documents was he giving to you? Can you think of anything that might have been a report, our report, that had to be ready for you?
I would not say what was Mr. Mnisi or what kind of reports or documents that he gave me. We don't usually share documents with Mr. Mnisi.
But he definitely anticipated that he was going to share a document with you, a report that had to be ready for you. So what documents, what could he have been referring to?
I can't recall.
Now, I'll play open cards with you. I don't know what he was referring to, but I am going to ask questions.
No, it's fine. It's
yeah.
fine. It's fine.
Could it have been the report that the Hawks were waiting for and that you had been assisting him to respond to together with Warrant Officer Zungu? Could that have been what he was referring to?
Okay, thank you. Let me just go back to explain that so-called report that is seen here. It was an attempt to extort the CFO by the members of DPCI Stock Exchange.
Sorry. The report related to an extortion attempt by members of the DPCI.
I'm answering you now when you said to me it was not about the report that I've assisted him with together with Warrant Officer Zoom. So now I'm taking you back to that thing that you've seen there, that myself and Warrant Officer Zungu and the CFO were talking about.
Sorry, you've lost me here. Where was the extortion and who was trying to extort what from Mr. Mnisi?
Okay, I'm answering the question that you said. Isn't it that the CFO wanted to give me the report about what I've helped him together with Warrant Officer Zoom? So now I'm taking you to that report. What is it all about according to you?
Who was trying to extort something from Mr. Mnisi?
Okay. In the previous pages, there was something that has to do with police work.
Yes, a request from the Hawks to assist with an investigation into certain alleged procurement irregularities in Tswane.
That is the same page that I'm talking about.
Yes, and where was the extortion?
At Tswane.
Who was doing the extortion?
The same people that are on this report. the previous page that you just opened now.
Well, that's at page 52, so maybe we can go to page 52 so that you can just explain to us what you're referring to.
Yes.
So that letter says, this office is investigating alleged case of corruption against City of Tshwane municipal officials attached to supply chain management, together with finance officials. It is alleged that about four entities were awarded tenders without following proper supply chain management processes, leading to the City of Tshwane Municipal Department suffering financial loss. And then they ask confirmation first of whether four named entities ever did work for the city, the bid advertisement of the contracts received by those entities, the procurement policy during the periods, the written delegation of authority by the accounting officer, and the original submission of all of the entities that were recommended by the BEC and the BAC. So that's what the letter says. Where was the extortion?
Okay. I'm taking you to this page because of what transpired on the, following your next question that you just raised now. That isn't it that the CFO wanted to give us a feedback about how or what we helped him about with warrant officer Zoom. On the mentioned date, that is 2024 date, it will be the 22 November. There was a visit by the member or the so-called member of Hawks into the city of Tshwane. They then came with a brown envelope. They left this note to the securities downstairs for the securities to call or to give it to the CFO. Because the CFO knew me, he found it very odd that if those members were legit and something that they had was legit, why didn't they come to his office or follow proper procedures if they have any inquiry about Tshwane, about him representing Tshwane, following the proper procedure? Why didn't they do that? Then they go to the security personnel and leave this note to them.
Sorry, just for clarification, this note, are you referring to the letter that we see at page 52?
That's correct. Then he phoned me and forwarded this to me.
So his concern was that members of the DPCI had delivered this letter at security and hadn't, as it were, asked for a meeting with him and hand-delivered it to him.
That's correct.
And where was the threat of extortion that you referred to earlier?
I think maybe the evidence leader is quick to come to the threat of extortion. Can maybe you leave me a bit to explain how to...
Sure, explain further.
Yes. So what happened is when he forwarded this to me, immediately I contacted warrant officer Zungu, because of at the time I was still working at the DPCI. I said to him, there is this strange thing that I received from the city of Tshwane. Can you please verify with your office? Then Zungu together with some kennel, I can't remember exactly his surname, they checked this inquiry, they checked these people, they found out that this inquiry number, it was something of a theft of cable or something that has nothing to do with what it is written here on this note. Then they further told me that what must the CFO ask these people so that we'll come now to a conclusion that indeed this thing is valid or not. While we were still busy about that, the CFO then received a call. I don't know whether it was from somebody known to him or unknown to him, but I think it's known. I will have to clarify that with him, telling him that no, there are members of Hawks there, they were looking for you, but I can talk to them, then you'll make a plan. As a result, now, see, the CFO comes back to me with that report. I took it then back to Warrant Officer Zoom. I think he was with Lieutenant Colonel Maluleka. Then they advised that what must the CFO say with this, about this response to these people. Then that is how now it comes to this page where the CFO was writing back to this office requesting their email number so that when he responds, he must respond to the direct people. Then we came to a conclusion that indeed it confirmed that this thing, it was a scam or it was an extortion based on what the information received by the CFO and when these people started to respond. One, they said, the person who responded, he said, no, this email does not belong to him, but it belongs to someone who's working under him. Then the CFO further explained to that person that this is what happened. Can you explain further so that I want to lay a formal complaint with your office on what really transpired? On the very same numbers that those people left in the reception, those people responded by saying, "Good morning, sir. Please confirm this now it is." Okay, now this is CFO writing to those people. "Good morning, sir. Please confirm if this email address belongs to Captain Carlo." This one said correct.
Are we
Apologies
on page
for.
60 now? Are we on page 60?
That's correct.
Yes.
He said, this so-called TPCI member said correct. Then the CPO, the CFO further writes, "Apologies for inconvenience. Who is T and what is their relationship to this matter?" The reason I'm asking this is because we want to send sensitive information and it's a must that it reaches the person as per the letter which was sent. Then the TPCI member responds, "Don't worry, it will come straight to me, or you can deliver it to my office, 165 Mayor Street, Jamestown. I can come to your office when they are ready." Then the CFO noted, "Sir, just for my comfort, please confirm that the email address for Captain Carlo is indeed, that is the email below."
Sorry, Sergeant, I'm familiar with all of these documents, but I simply wanted to check with you if you could possibly have been referring to a report arising out of the DPCI inquiry when you, or not you, that the CFO could have been referring to that sort of report when he said on the 29th of January, I have to get our report ready for you. I don't want us to go down much further in relation to the DPCI matter. I just wanted to know possibly what this report was about that he was referring to in January.
I think it was about that.
You think that it did have to do with the DPCI scam that you've described?
Okay, as I said that, I'm not sure, but it might be.
It might be. Let's not leave it, let's not take it further than that. What I do want to go to now is a series of interactions between yourself, the CFO, and General Dlamini in relation to invoices issued by the Security Department for payment by the city in March 2025. It's going to be a topic that will take at least 15 to 20 minutes to deal with, and maybe we should start with it after the tea break.
Let us adjourn and resume at 11:25. Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Sergeant, I'm going to take you through a series of exchanges between yourself, the CFO, and General Dlamini in March in relation to invoicing. But before I do so, because it will be relevant to some of my questions, I need to take you to page 86. And you'll see at the foot of page 86, this is now the 16th of December 2024, at what would have been 10:26 a.m., you were responding to a query from Mr. Mnisi about your wife. You said, she's great, thanks. I got a call at 6:30 to come see number one. Over the page, he says, who, my bro? Number one, JS. And you say, JS, we'll handle with him, let you know. And he says, should we be worried? And you say, not at all, he sounded in a good mood, around afternoon time we'll give you a feedback. Now, who was JS, who was the number one to whom Mr. Mnisi was referring?
I think it was General Sibia, but this J, it was, I don't know, but it was General Sibia. I call him number one.
Why would you respond JS if it was General Sibia? General Sibia doesn't have a first name beginning with J, does he? Because you see it at the time stamped 8/28/45, you respond JS. Now, if it was General Sibia, you wouldn't have said JS, would you?
I take it because it's number one. And I usually have interactions with him about General Sibia.
You see, Sergeant, I think you know and I know that JS is Joe Sibanyoni, and that's who the number one to whom the CFO was referring.
If it was Joe Sibanyoni, he was going to write Joe Sibanyoni. But because of myself and others refer General Sibia as number one. So that is I'm taking from that.
Why was he saying, why did he use JS and why did you use JS?
I really don't know.
Well, you must know why you used JS.
Please respond, Sergeant Nkosi. You must know why you use JS.
I've responded that to me who was JS.
No, why you call him JS? Why do you call General Sibia JS?
I take it, Commissioner, is because of I saved him as
I'm sorry, number one.
number one.
Or is it JS? What was your last
So,
JS.
so JS is
Yes.
is what you used in response to the query, JS question mark. You said JS.
Why do you call him JS?
I will stick to that number one thing, Commissioner.
But number one doesn't mean JS.
No. Number one, in reference to why I say this General Sibia is because of we call him number one.
But why is he JS then?
That is my answer that I gave to the Commission. I'm sorry about that.
I don't remember you giving an answer as to why he is JS. Let's forget about number one for a second. Why is he JS?
Okay, maybe as it goes, or as the question goes, I'll remember clearly. But for now, let's stick to that number one.
No, the question is here, and it is on JS now. Why do you refer to him as JS?
My answer is still that one, Commissioner.
Sorry?
My answer is still that one, that
The only answer I remember is about number one. I don't remember an answer about JS. Why do you call him JS?
I don't know.
Yes, Mr. Shasasi.
Well, then, can I take you to page 277?
$277.
277. Let's start on 276.
Okay?
These are chats. It's your chat with Mr. Mnisi. It's the 30th of April 2025. And on 276, you'll see a message where you send a PIN to Mr. Mnisi. That message has the timestamp 3:28:33. It would have been 5:28 in the afternoon on the 30th. Looking at that PIN and the lake to the right of the PIN, can you identify what the location of the PIN is?
What page is that, Commissioner?
It's 276.
I see it.
Whose address is being indicated on that pin?
I can't remember.
Could it be Mr. Sibanyoni's address?
I can't remember.
Maybe if you go over the page, it will assist you, because you see that straight after sending that pin, you send a screenshot of your chats with Mr. Sibanyoni to Mr. Mnisi. And it says, well, you have an exchange with Mr. Sibanyoni from the day before, where you say, I'm ready. Khotsong Sion, I'm ready. There's a voice call. He sends back an access code to Centurion Residential Estate, and you say, copied, see you at 4. And that message is, that screenshot is sent to Mr. Mnisi. If you go up to the top of page 277, it's sent on the 30th of January, 30th of April. Timestamp says 3:29, but it is 2 hours out, so it's 5:29 p.m. So at the bottom it says copied, see you at 4, and at 5:29 p.m. your message to Mr. Mnisi was still here. So why would it be important for you to tell Mr. Mnisi that you were still at the location of Mr. Sibanyoni?
I can't remember as in why did I tell him, but the possibilities that maybe myself and Mr. Mnisi were supposed to be or to go somewhere. Then something came up. Then I informed him that this thing has came up. I have to go somewhere.
Yes, but you didn't just say I have to go somewhere. You actually sent him a screenshot that identified the person where you were as Mr. Sibanyoni, and identified that you'd been communicating to set up the meeting with Mr. Sibanyoni the previous day. Let's go up a page, that might help you. In fact, let's go up lots of pages. Let's go to page 230, which is still the previous day.
230. Oh, sorry. 230.
230.
230. I'm on it.
And there at the foot of the page at 230, you'll see half a picture of a red bakkie, a sort of fairly impressive looking red bakkie, or red SUV. 29th of April at, it says, 6:22 p.m. And then we see many, many pictures of this car that you are sending to Mr. Mnisi. Go down many pages. And if you go all the way down to page 252, you'll see that in addition to the red SUV, you also sent him a picture of a Dodge Ram. several pictures of the Dodge Ram with its price. And then you gave specs of the vehicle. At the top of page 257, you say this vehicle is a 2022 model with around 60,000 K. It's a Longhorn edition, 5.7 liters, available at 2.35 million. He says, which one is this? And then you go back to the red vehicle. Down you go. And more and more pics of the red vehicle, and eventually we reach page 275. Where you confirm that this is the 2022 vehicle after several more pictures of the vehicle, and he says, this is the one, and he points his finger at it. Now, you've sent 45 pages of pictures of vehicles. You must remember what that was about. Why were you exchanging pictures of vehicles with Mr. Mnisi?
I sent him because of he's more knowledgeable about cars, and my brother and I were looking for a buggy.
And were you wanting to spend in the region of 2 million rands on the buggy?
No, I don't have that money.
Well, then why were you sending him a picture of a buggy that retailed at 3 million?
It was something that was very beautiful, so I had to.
Sorry, it was something?
That buggy was beautiful, so I had to show him what is his view, what kind of buggies are here.
Yes, I know, but you sent him, 45 pages of pictures of that buggy and the price. Why did you do that?
For him to have a view about that buggy.
To what end?
To what end?
Yes, what view were you looking for, or why were you interested in his view?
It's like when you do the window shopping and you see maybe a Ferrari, then you start to send it to people, hey, look at this buggy, how beautiful it is. What do you think about it?
Now, Sergeant, I've seen lots of your chats, and I've seen you send lots of pictures of motorbikes when you're thinking of buying them for someone or advising someone on whether they need to buy them. But even those motorbike pictures never run more than 5 or 6 pages at a time. This is 45 pages, principally of one vehicle. Why were you so interested in this vehicle?
My answer is still that one that I gave before.
And so after sending 45 pages of this vehicle, what did, at the end of it all, Mr. Mnisi says, this is the one. Was he thinking that this 2022 vehicle was the one that you should get?
No. According to my understanding is, this is the one that is beautiful than the other white one.
Yes, so you were exchanging many pictures of expensive vehicles just to get Mr. Mnisi's view on which one was the more beautiful.
Can you repeat that?
There are 45 pages of photographs, principally of this red vehicle, with maybe, let's say, more than 40 pages of the red vehicle, 2 or 3 of the white vehicle. Were you sending those pictures to Mr. Mnisi just to get his view on the aesthetic qualities of both vehicles. Which was the more beautiful?
That's correct.
Sergeant, I have to put it to you that that is not truthful evidence. You stand by that answer.
Okay. I stand by my answer.
And did those vehicles have nothing to do with the screenshot from Mr. Sibanyoni and the location pin at Mr. Sibanyoni's address that immediately follows them in your chats? Are they wholly unrelated?
I don't know if I get you.
You want it interpreted, Ms. Maroon?
We swapped with Ms. Marie. Umbuzo uthi, uma uthumele le ithombe ezingaka ezale bhaki kanti zimbili zintathu nje ezebhaki emhlophe. Manje ke ubukade ufuna uvo lwakhe nje mayelana naloko bekade kuyisidingo lokho. Na.
Unjalo.
Correct.
Can you please repeat the question?
The question was, were those 45 pages of photographs of vehicles wholly unrelated to the screenshot of Mr. Sibanyoni's chat with you that follows them immediately in the chats and to the pin of Mr. Sibanyoni's address that follows those photos immediately in the chats? Was there no relationship between the photographs and the chats that came straight after them in the WhatsApps?
And the pin. And the pin.
Yes, the pin and the screenshot.
Tolango angaba u45 ngesibalo nawabaliwe. Lawa athe emva kwamafoto lawo kwabe sekulandela ke uyinkulumisano noma i-chat noma yona ipin ebonakalisa ke lapho ke kwaka Sibanyoni. Kumane nje kwalandelana nje kodwa aqhumananga. Inkulumo nje amafoto nje avelile nenkulumo leyo azidibananga zombili. I don't know if I understand it. Kuqala ifoto emva kwaloko kulandela inkulumo naloyo mzi loyo ke wakaSibanyoni. Lezi zinto ezimbili siwelo nje ukuthi ziyeza landelana kanjalo akusukuthi zona ngenhloso zidibene.
Okay.
Uyathola.
Unjalo.
Correct.
And if we go to your, they are unrelated.
They are unrelated.
And if we go to your chat with Mr. Sibanyoni, the screenshot of the chat.
Doesn't work. Now it works. Thank you.
The screenshot at page...
Let me just tender an apology. I did not notice that the interpreters have swapped. This is. Can you please pronounce it for me, Ms. Pitswane, or how do you pronounce? Sorry. Pitswane. Pitswane. Apologies. Thank you.
Thanks.
Sergeant, maybe before Mr. Chaskalson comes in, this motor vehicle, the red Baki, you obviously were very close to it when you took the pictures. It was in your presence when you took these pictures.
That's correct.
Who does it belong to?
To the dealership.
So this was at a dealership. It looks like a residential area. Was this at a dealership?
Yes.
And you had just gone there to look for vehicles, to look for a beautiful vehicle to share with the CFO.
That's correct.
And you even asked the price just to share with the CFO to show him this is a beautiful vehicle.
That's correct.
Okay. You just happened to do this. You didn't think he was interested in it, or someone that you know or you are interested in a bakkie?
No, my brother was looking to purchase a buggy.
Is
So
that
we're just shopping around.
Okay.
So it happens that our eyes grabbed that.
Okay, so this was not just a random sharing. It's a vehicle that your brother and your brother were looking at, and you wanted the CFO's opinion. Is that what you're saying?
That's
To explain-
correct at that time, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chaskasan.
And if we go back to the screenshot of Mr. Sibanyoni's message to you, of chats with you which you sent to Mr. Mnisi on the 30th of April, you see that on the timeline,
Just a moment. Are you there, Sergeant?
I wanna first hear which page is that.
277.
Okay, I see. I'm here.
You see that on the screenshot where it says yesterday, now we know that the screenshot is date stamped the 30th of April. So yesterday would have been the 29th of April. You say to Mr. Sibanyoni at 18:31, "Khotsong Sion, I am ready." You see that?
That's correct.
What were you ready for?
I don't remember.
But the next day, he sent you an access code, entry code, to a residential estate for a 4 o'clock meeting. You see that?
That's correct.
Was that 4 o'clock meeting held at his personal residence?
That's correct.
And is that personal residence in the location at the pin that we see on page 276? Maybe shouldn't have lied it.
That pin, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about it. That pin, but I'm sure about this.
And what was your meeting with Mr. Sibanyone about on the 30th of April, 2025?
I can't remember.
Do you have many meetings with Mr. Sibanyone at his home?
No.
About how many have you had at his home?
1 or 2, I'm not sure.
Well, if this was one of possibly only 2, maybe the only one, surely you remember why you went to visit Mr. Sibanyone for a meeting at his home.
I can't remember.
And why would you have sent details of your conversation with Mr. Sibanyone together with the PIN to Mr. Mnisi?
I can't remember as in why, but I assume because of I usually, when I've got another commitment and I was supposed to go to another one or something to do, the person that I'm supposed to meet, I would send them the current situation that this is where I'm caught up, I'm supposed to be here or I'm here. I think it was on those bases.
If we go up to page 256, look at the Dodge Ram,
256,
56, the white vehicle that retails for $1,099,000.
page 36,
256,
okay.
and it starts at page 252. It runs through to 256. Do you recognize that vehicle?
That's correct.
Whose vehicle is it?
My brother's vehicle,
It's your brother's vehicle.
that's correct.
I see. So your brother bought this vehicle for R1,099,000 at the time.
No, it was advertised as 1,099,000, but he got it, if I'm not mistaken, plus minus 7 or 6, I can't remember.
So you managed to bargain the price, or your brother managed to bargain the price down from 1,099,000 all the way down to 700,000 or 600,000.
Can you repeat?
So your brother managed to bargain down the price from 1,099,000 all the way down to 600 or 700,000.
I think so.
And you don't know who bought the red vehicle that was retailing for 2.2 million.
I don't know.
You don't know.
Yes,
You stand by that.
I stand by that.
Let's go back to the invoices for now. We'll come back to the vehicles at a later stage.
Okay.
So maybe before you do the invoices, let's go back to that page 87. I had a question that I wanted to ask and I forgot. Page 87?
Of the same file, eh?
Yeah. Now, you've said this is where that JS appears, and you say number 1, JS, it's General Sibia. Now, if you look at the third chat from the bottom, where Mr. Mnisi says, in fact, let's go up first. You say at the top, maybe let's do it this way. Who, my bra, and then he says number 1, he says JS, and then you respond JS, and you say to us JS is General Sibia, and then you say we'll handle him with let you know, and then he says, should we be worried? And then you answer not at all. He sounded in good mood. Around afternoon time, we'll give you feedback. Now, where the CFO or Mr. Mnisi asks, firstly, what do you say you will handle? Where you say we'll handle him with let you know, I think a word is missing there. What were you going to handle with this person that you say is General Sibia?
Commissioner, I really can't remember.
You can't.
I can't.
And when he says, should we be worried? This is in December 2024. When he says, should we be worried? What is he concerned about that relates to General Sibia?
I think it relates whereby I said, I'm summoned. So then he said, should we be worried? I think he took it from that phrase.
And you say not at all, he sounded in a good mood. What did you think that Mr. Mnisi was thinking when he says, should we be worried? What is he thinking about when you say not at all?
I would not remember clearly, my commissioner. I don't want to give you a cocky answer, or I want to give a straight answer. So
Yeah.
this one I would.
Did you and Mr. Mnisi have any dealings at all of any nature with General Sibia?
No.
That would cause him to first initiate, when you say number 1, for him to say you mean JS, and then for you to say, I will handle it with him, and then him to ask, should we be worried? And then you say, not at all. What was the relationship, if at all, in your dealings between you, General Sibia, and Mr. Mnisi?
There were no dealings, Commissioners.
There were no dealings?
Yes.
So when he asks, should we be worried, he's just talking, he's talking out of the air. There's no basis for him to say this because there are no dealings whatsoever.
I think maybe it came, to him it came a bit skew when I said I'm someone, so maybe to automatically thought there was a problem.
Yeah, you see, that's not all that happened. You said, I will handle it. I will handle him. So you're conveying something very specific, whether JS is Sibanyoni or Sibia, and I'm happy for our discussion to leave it at General Sibia. When you say we'll handle him, you know he knows something that would cause you to be summoned in the way that you've been summoned, or at least about this person, JS, and your dealings with JS. That's why you say, I will handle him. You can only say that because there is something to deal with between you, Mr. Mnisi, and JS. That's why you say, I will handle him.
As it goes along, I wish I would remember, and then I will maybe pause and come back to my honorable commissioner with that question.
All right, but for now, that's your answer is you don't remember.
For now, my answer is I'll come back to the commissioner about that answer.
Okay, well, let me say to you in fairness that my take from this, your response, is you don't want to tell us what this is about. There's very specific communication here. You don't want us, you just don't want to tell us what it is you said you will handle with him. And when he asks you, should we be worried, you don't want to tell us what it is about.
I think, my commissioner, there is no reason why I would not tell you what it was.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Can I ask you to go to page 141? And there at the foot of page 141, with the timestamp 7:38, which would be 9:38 in the morning, you'll see that Mr. Mnisi sends you a message, is General winning? And you say, morning, my brother, I'm on to him. And maybe for this portion of the questioning, you should have files 1 and 2 open simultaneously, because we're going to look at your chats with General Dlamini at the same time as we look at your chats with Mr. Mnisi.
Okay.
So if you can then go to 584. 584. And you'll recall that at 9:46 you had said to Mr. Mnisi, in response to is General winning, you'd said I'm on to him, and then at 9:46 we see that you WhatsApp a screenshot of your conversation with Mr. Mnisi to General Dlamini. You see that screenshot?
That's correct.
What was Mr. Mnisi worried about in relation to whether the general was winning or not? What did the general have to be winning on?
think maybe for now, I can't remember, but as it goes, maybe during your questioning, I'll remember.
Sure, fair enough. Let's go back to page 142 of file 1. So we're going to be jumping backwards and forwards all the time, so please keep them both open. So 142, at 9:48:45, it says 7:48, but remember in your chats with Mr. Mnisi, you have to add 2 hours. 9:48:45, you say, he confirmed it will be sorted. Now, he'll give feedback soon before 12 o'clock. And then at 9:55, Mr. Mnisi says, okay, it's not yet in my system. Does that help you remember what this was about? Mr. Mnisi was expecting General Dlamini to do something that would be reflected in his system. Should we go further?
Go further?
So if you go to 585, don't bother, but if you were to go there, you would see that this chat again is then screenshot and sent to General Dlamini. I mean, we can go there if you want to. You can take my word for it. Let's stay on page 142. At 10:07, it says 8:07, that's 10:07, you send the CFO a picture of sort of an image of fingers crossed, and underneath it says, he said he won't disappoint. CFO responds, thanks, Mpofu. Then, if we go to 508, 508,
508.
508. You have it. Chat number 4, 12:20. General Dlamini writes to you, morning, Captain. Please just confirm from Mpofu ukuthi I'm processing the issue and I have spoken to Kane and Vusi also to increase the target value as the amount is a bit higher. And as soon as all of them are released, I will let you know for his intervention to ensure that Tommy makes payment urgently. Okay, let's take this one step at a time. Kane would be Kane Mpofu.
I don't know him.
You don't know him. Do you know who Vusi is?
I don't know him.
Do you know who Tommy is?
I don't know him.
We'll have to ask those questions to the General. You say, please confirm from Mpofu ukuthi I am processing the issue. What was he processing?
I think carry on with your question so that when I answer, I'll be in a position to answer in one package.
Okay. So the first question is, what was he processing? He then says, I've spoken to Kane and Vusi to increase the target value as the amount's a bit higher. What was the target value? That's the second question. And as soon as you know all of them are released, what's got to be released? I will let you know for his intervention to ensure that Tommy makes payment urgently. Now, is he saying at the end that when the first steps have been done, he will get the CFO to intervene to ensure that Tommy pays urgently? Let's start at the end. Is that what he's saying at the end? When everything else has been done, he will let you know, in other words, you, Mr. Sergeant Nkosi, for the CFO's intervention to ensure that Tommy makes payment urgently.
Okay, yes.
So when everything's been done, he's going to come back to you, and you will secure the intervention of the CFO to ensure that Tommy pays urgently. Is that what he's saying he wants to happen?
Okay.
Now let's get back to the earlier questions. What was the issue that he was processing?
Thank you. One, at some stage I was with the CFO in the car. The CFO received a call from the person whom I did not know. And he said he was complaining about the payments that were not made to his company or her company, and her company worked. So as a result, I think it was a lot of money that was owed to them. As a result, they complained to CFO, threatening to take the city to court if they don't get their payment. When the CFO hangs up the phone, I then asked him what was that all about, because of it sounded there was very not nice words between the two. He said there is this company that has been owed by the city, and it is long overdue. That is according to the CFO now. So they are frustrated. They are threatening to take the city to court. They have also engaged or convey the same message to the city manager of Tshwane. I then said, how long? Then he told, I can't remember that he told me, that Nomaan, I know someone who can make a speed payment, even though he's a CFO, he's working there, but from the outside, I'm telling him that I've got a brother there, he can intervene and help you. Then, okay. Mr. Chairperson, I think maybe you wanted to interject.
No, continue. I don't want to interrupt you.
Then I've engaged with General Dlamini, Umashi. Then I said, the CFO has got this crisis of payment, and the company that they are owing, they're threatening to take the city to court. Then General Dlamini said, let him send you that invoice or the particulars of the company. Then I took same and forwarded to General Dlamini. General Dlamini made follow-up with that effect. He found that my interpreter is distracting me.
Please continue, Sergeant Nkosi.
She's taking me off tune now. I had to start afresh. Thank you. Okay. Now,
You said the invoice was sent to you, you then gave it to General Dlamini?
yes. I think let them sit down. They are distracting me. But on the same note, I'm pressed, can I just...
Let's adjourn.
I'm just...
Nkosi, I cannot resist making this observation. When you were testifying remotely, not once did you ever announce that you were pressed. But from Monday up to today, probably tomorrow as well, you have been saying it and you will probably be saying it fairly frequently. What is happening? I'm not, please, I'm not suggesting that when you are pressed, you should not tell us that you are pressed, but I just want to understand.
I think it's a matter of, we told guys we need more water. So it's that issue that when we get dehydrated, we feel dizzy, So I think it's that why
Because
I
you are
drink more
drinking
water,
too
yes.
much water.
But not that maybe I'm deliberately wasting the commission's time, and of which I understand that we are under pressure, we must finalize, we must finish, especially today. So the more I go to the toilet, I delay time, especially on my side.
Okay, that makes me feel good about being short. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chaswas.
Sergeant, it wasn't clear to me that you'd finished your explanation yet, but if you had, I'm happy to ask the next question.
Do you remember where we were? You were explaining about the invoice, that there was this phone call, you heard about it, and you said you were going to intervene because you know somebody. You then asked them to send the invoice to you. You were going to give it to the general, and then there was that phone call, yes.
No, thank you, Commissioner. Hey, you remind me well. Okay, thank you. As I was proceeding, now I took same to General Dlamini. General Dlamini checked the invoice, and he also found that indeed that company worked, and it was never paid. Then he came back to me, he said, indeed, this complaint is valid because of this company never worked. And at some stage I had issues with it or what so forth, but I know about that company. Tell Mpofu that I will see what I can do. So now, all what I've said, it answers, according to me, what my Honorable Commissioner was asking about here.
So this was a complaint about one invoice.
That's correct.
One invoice that had been unpaid for a while. And did you know the company from which the invoice came?
Yes, if I remember clearly, I think it was about Gubis.
Gubis. And had you had any prior dealings with Gubis? Were you familiar with the people who own Gubis?
No.
Had you heard about Gubis before?
Not that I can remember.
Did you have any dealings with Gubis afterwards?
No.
And did you receive any information about Gubis afterwards?
I think that payment was made to them. They were paid.
They were paid. That's all that you knew of, and the sum total of your knowledge of Gubis is that they had this problem with payment that came to a head on the 5th of March 2025, and you assisted to have General Dlamini and Mr. Mnisi sort that out. Is that the sum total of your dealings with Gubis?
maybe it's a point of correction. I did not have the CFO and the General Dlamini. I was helping the CFO
You were helping the CFO
by giving the document to General Dlamini.
by giving the document to General Dlamini. Why couldn't the CFO give it to General Dlamini himself? Do they not speak to each other?
Okay. I think it was not an issue for the CFO. I'm just assuming to give it to General Dlamini. But at that time, when the information was received, it happened that I was driving on one vehicle with the CFO.
Sorry, at the time, you were handling it because you were driving with the CFO.
When I heard that thing over the phone,
You heard it over the phone. Who was driving the car, you or the CFO?
it was me.
So you were driving the vehicle. You heard the CFO taking a call in the car from a disgruntled supplier.
That's correct.
And whose car was being driven, yours or the CFO's?
The CFO's.
So you were driving the CFO in his car.
That's correct.
Do you often drive the CFO in his car?
Can you come back again?
Do you often drive the CFO in his car? I mean, if it's his car, why are you driving, not him?
Not often. Sometimes when we are together.
Is he happy for you to drive his car?
Yes.
What kind of car does he have?
X6.
And so I presume that because it was his car, the Bluetooth went onto the car and so you could hear the speaker.
No.
No. So it was off Bluetooth and he was just having a conversation in the passenger seat in the car on his phone.
Yes.
But you could still hear it.
That's correct.
And around when was this conversation? I mean, what time of day was it? I mean, do you recall?
I can't remember clearly what time.
And how long were you driving the CFO? I mean, how long did this continue?
I think we were going to his place of residence in Mpumalanga.
You were going to Mpumalanga, so this was a long drive.
Yes.
And inside the car, did you hand over the wheel to the CFO at any given point? You're driving, you overhear this conversation, you now want to help. Did you say, let me make a few calls for you, can you start driving and I'll be the passenger now?
No.
No. So while you were driving, you made some calls to General Dlamini to try and sort all of this out.
That's correct.
How did you do that?
I phoned him.
You phoned him, so you were sort of, you may want to plead your privilege against self-incrimination in relation to using a cell phone while you're driving, but that wasn't what I had in mind.
I think that day I violated. Sorry, yes.
So you phoned him while you were driving,
Yes.
and then you sent through an invoice to him from the supplier. Is that what happened? Well, that's certainly what happened on the chats.
I can't remember that I've sent it on the very same day or when, but I remember I've sent it to him. But I can't remember.
So this may have been, so what we see on the 30th of April may have been not the day that the call came. Sorry, not the 30th of April, the 5th of March. What we see on the 5th of March may be a different day from when you were in the car and overheard the call.
I can't deny or not agree, but I remember something like that.
Well, if it didn't happen on the 5th of March, why was this not, when you were driving, Why was this not something that the CFO could sort out without your intervention? Why couldn't the CFO speak to Mr. Dlamini? Why did he need you to intervene?
The CFO did not need me to intervene. I volunteered. I don't want to push a narrative that it seems the CFO wanted me to intervene. I volunteered it because I overheard.
So you overheard the CFO speaking to a disgruntled supplier of the city
Yes.
who you didn't know. You didn't know Gubis.
No.
But there's a call from Gubis. They're angry because they haven't been paid. You overhear it. And you decide that you're going to help out here and sort out the problems of Gubis, the CFO, and the security department by just ensuring that payment takes place. Is that what happened?
Can you repeat that?
You overhear a complaint from a supplier you don't know about. You then decide that, and you realize that this supplier is complaining that they haven't been paid and it's been a long time. You take it upon yourself to assist the CFO to sort out this problem by speaking to General Dlamini, the head of security, to ensure that, I presume, invoices or purchase orders can be issued so that the supplier can be paid. Sorry, the invoices have been issued. Purchase orders can be issued so that the supplier can be paid. Is that what was going on?
Yes.
But what business of yours was it to start sorting out disputes between the city and its suppliers? Do you have any relationship to the city?
No, I don't have a relationship with the city.
Other than being a resident of Greater Tshwane?
That's correct.
Continue.
Okay. I was only helping the CFO with the frustration that the service provider was threatening to take the city to court. So as a result, the CFO was getting frustrated. Now, as my friend, I'm getting worried. My friend, now the road is going to be long. He's not himself now. That is how I intervened.
But the problem, as I understand it, lay with the TMP, the security department. They hadn't done what needed to be done to ensure that the CFO could pay. Is that what the problem was? They had to do something before the CFO could pay. They had to sign off on the invoices. Is that what the problem was? Or do something to process the invoices?
I think to save time, Chair, can I use the services of the interpreter so that I must hear clearly the question, then I will come back to
Sure.
the English. Yeah.
The problem lay with the, I've called them the security department, let's call them the TMPD. The problem lay with the TMPD. Do you need interpreting or can I continue?
I need interpreting.
The problem lay with this TMPD. Okay. They needed to sign off on invoices or process them in some way before the CFO could pay.
Uthi memele ngabe ke bathola ke udingo lokuthi mayisayinwe ke yi-CFO before
Before the CFO could pay or could authorize, could process, could authorize payment.
phambi kokuba u-CFO a-authorize ukuthi ibhadalwe. I can't get it
No,
myself.
I don't think it's what the evidence leader is saying.
Sergeant, let's try this. Why did you need to involve General Dlamini in this process? So we know that you are with the CFO. As the call comes in, the disgruntled service provider is complaining about non-payment. What was the reason for you involving General Dlamini in that process?
Okay, I was just helping the CFO because I know that General Dlamini is head of, he works in finance as well. Or finance falls under him. He might resolve the issue, save the reputation of Tshwane and this disgruntled between the CFO and the service provider.
What would General Dlamini need to do in order for the payment to take place?
I think he will need to verify all the documents submitted before him. And then that is when now he's going to instruct or is going to follow necessary or do necessary arrangement for the payment to be done.
So General Dlamini needed to sign documents and submit them to the CFO in order for the CFO to pay the service provider.
At that time of submission of that particular document, it was the matter of the general to verify that indeed the document is valid and to check if whether those people were owed, did they worked the hours or whatsoever that they claim to have worked, and then he will take it from there.
Just I don't know if you are covered or.
I think I am. Now, why couldn't the CFO do this himself? Why did he need you to intervene to speak to a fellow executive in the city? I mean, the CFO is the head of finance in the city. The general is the head of finance in the TMPD, according to your evidence. Why did he need you to come in the middle? Why couldn't he speak to the general directly?
The CFO did not need me. I think in my language, I just jumped in and volunteered to help.
Because it seems to me that your intervention made things more complicated. Because if we go to the chats, what we see is instead of a simple conversation between the CFO and General Dlamini, what we have is a conversation that has to be mediated through you entirely. So General Dlamini speaks to you, you send a screenshot of what he says to the CFO. The CFO sees the screenshot, sends a response. You convey the response to General Dlamini. This goes backwards and forwards for about 4 or 5 hours. Wouldn't it just have been simpler for the CFO to speak directly to General Dlamini?
Can I use the services of the interpreter?
Kade bona ngobubona bayizenzela lokhu ngobubona mekuzoba kufushane ukunokuthi bona wena uzokhuluma bayakhuluma wena uyangena nawe uyangenelela utshela uDlamini mele kanti uma ngabe unqo uDlamini no CFO mekubona abadingidana nalodaba isikhathi mesizoba sifishane ukunokuthi sibe side nakungenelele wena unceda ngaloncedo lwakho awuyiboni kanjalo na ukuthi ukungenelela kwakho ukuthatha ukuthi ibe ibandende inde unokuthi ngabe bona ngesibona bayenze kafushane.
Nyakuzwa.
I hear you.
So it would have been simpler.
Mekuzoba lula.
Nangalendlela yami bekulula.
Even my way it was simpler.
Your way was simple. You were speaking to the general, conveying the general's words to the CFO, speaking to the CFO, taking a screenshot of your exchange with the CFO, sending it to the general, getting the general's response, relaying it to the CFO. What was simple about that?
Beyilula kanjani eyakho wena uthatha ke lenkulumo lena ku CFO uyisa ku general ugeneral uyabuya futhi kuwe uyithatha i-screenshot uyithumela futhi ngapha iphindi ilula kanjani ngoba indendende ingamanqa ilula kanjani kuya ngawo
Mina ngendlela yami ngibona kuyiyo elula.
according to me I took it as the right way, the right simple way.
See,
Let me ask. Sergeant, what's the nature of your relationship with General Dlamini?
Ngimazi ebuncaneni.
And know him since youth stage.
So he's your friend?
So umngani wakho.
No.
Yes, I'm asking. I mean, I know many people from when I was a child, and I don't. They're not my friends, some are my friends. I would like to know what is the nature of your relationship with him at the time that you start engaging with him on these payments?
Okay, General Dlamini can never be my friend. One, I was, maybe it will sound a bit awkward. He played a father figure role in my life.
Yes.
Because of some stage when I was in primary, I was staying at his house.
Yes.
And that is how I knew him
Yes.
up until to date.
So is it fair to say the nature of your relationship with him is such that you thought if you intervened in these payment issues, you will get better response from him? He will respond because it's you, better than if it's the CFO.
I would not say he will respond better to me than a CFO. At that stage, I saw him as an easy tool to use at that particular time. That they forward this thing to me, and then I'll forward it to.
Sorry, you saw him as easy what?
Okay, I saw that it will be much easier for me to send it to him. I thought at that time maybe it will be a longest try for the CFO to take it, whatever processes, because at that time we were on the road, he was being stressed, then I took advantage of him and let me send it to my brother to, it might be of good help. So by then, that is how I thought.
You see, when Mr. Mnisi asks you a question, is General winning, he's not in the same car with you. So this process happened over a time. If you were in the car, he wouldn't have had to send you a message to say, is he winning? So it's not the answer to say at the time we were together, he was driving, and I thought, let me do this. You carried on to be involved in this exchange instead of just sending off the invoice or making the inquiry and then leave the CFO to deal with it. You become very much involved. You are actually the go-between. Hence my question. Did you consider that because of your relationship with General Dlamini, as you describe it, or whatever form it is, that you will have influence over him to process these so that payment is made urgently? Because that's what it looks like from the chats. It looks like you were using your relationship with him to get payments. You are monitoring step by step. You are getting feedback, where are things, and you are forwarding them and discussing them with the CFO as you are getting responses. So you are well past, we were traveling together. You are past that. You've gone your separate ways with the CFO as you now keep exchanging these messages. And it seems to me that you would have been that involved or been the middle person because of your relationship with General Dlamini. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense that the CFO who works with General Dlamini in Tshwane, both of them heads of department, they can't speak directly. You must have brought something into this picture and you understood it, that you are bringing the weight of your relationship with General Dlamini. Do you want to comment?
I don't know, it will be suitable answer for me. I just wanna cancel this thing of a breach because of, I'm here today because of that thing of being a breach between people. So the only time that I got involved is because Commissioner, at that time that this happened, I was with the CFO. Then I took advantage of me knowing General Dlamini, not that I would maybe influence him better than the CFO. And indeed, I agree or I admit that when he sent me this message, he was not with me at that time. But I also did say that I can't remember exactly when was this document sent.
Yes, you see, what is curious is that you are an outsider, completely outsider, as in you're not employed in the city. You haven't told us that this Mr. Mnisi knew that you have a relationship with General Dlamini. He knows how close you are. You haven't told us that. So here you are, an outsider who happens to be friends with a CFO who gets a call from a service provider for payment, and you pretty much take over. And he actually, the CFO makes inquiries with you. He doesn't make inquiries with the general. He makes inquiries, how far is he? Is he winning? I'm looking at my system, it's not yet come in. He's speaking to you, not to general. It must be that you said to the CFO, I'll fix this. I'll get the payment to be sorted out urgently. You have to have said that to him. And you would have said that because of the weight of your relationship. At least that's what it looks like to me, and that's what I'm suggesting to you. That you would have said to the CFO, I'll speak to Dlamini, I'll sort it out. And you said that because you understood the weight of your relationship with General Dlamini, whatever it is, that when you step in and say payment and you follow up, you knew that he will respond, he will make it happen. Do you have any comment to my suggestion?
I think your suggestion, Commissioner, is too deep. It's way too deep. The way it transpired to what the Commission, but with due respect, the way I've seen it, it was just me trying to help the CFO through General Dlamini. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Now, you say this was about one invoice that you sent to the general to assist the CFO. That was what your evidence was earlier.
If I can recall, I'm not sure, but if I can recall.
You think it was about one invoice? And
your response, Sergeant Nkosi? Do you agree that you think it was about one invoice?
I'm not sure. I can't deny nor admit.
you see, it definitely wasn't about one invoice. It was about multiple invoices and probably several suppliers. Can I take you to some of the chats in this regard? Let's start at Page 143. This is the CFO's message to you at chat time 2:33, which is actually 4:33 in the afternoon. It's forwarded from the General. Yes, we've won. Busy with creating requisitions, plural, and at the same time releasing them, plural, in order for buyers, plural, to create purchase orders, plural. The process is long, as invoices, plural, have to be scanned and uploaded individually, and I trust we'll include the entire process before 1700 hours. As soon as the buyers, plural, have created purchase order, we will create service entries and submit them for payment. So there are multiple invoices that have to be processed here. You accept that?
No comment on that.
No?
I can't comment on that because of I'm not sure.
Well, this text, which comes from the General and you forwarded to the CFO, refers to everything in the plural. Then if we go to the invoice which you describe, or which you refer to, which is the invoice on the following page, 144. This invoice was special, and you see that from the message below, which is from the General. This one is for the previous financial year. We will engage later, Mpofu-Walsh, on how to address it in order to avoid post facto. So why this one was sent was it came from a previous financial year. It was special, and they needed special arrangements to process it to avoid an ex post facto using this year's budget to spend on last year's money.
I don't know exactly, but the invoice that I was talking about is this one.
Yes, but this process relates to multiple invoices.
Okay, I can't comment on that, but the only thing that I remember, it was to intervene on this one invoice.
So you were just intervening on one invoice as you understood it?
That's correct.
But all of the texts that you forward back and forth between the General and the CFO relate to multiple texts, multiple invoices. You weren't aware that you were indirectly dealing with multiple invoices? Is that correct? You just weren't aware that these texts that you send backwards and forwards relate to multiple invoices?
Yes.
Well, Sergeant, if it's an invoice from the previous financial year, which is even doubtful, because when I look at these dates, it's not clear to me. But even if it is, what could you possibly be intervening about? An invoice from the previous financial year, which the General says I will engage with Mpofu-Walsh on how to address it. What could, if this is the only invoice you say you are intervening on, what could you possibly be required to do about that problem of an invoice from a previous financial year, which the General seems to recognize that he needs to speak to his CFO to sort out the problem?
Maybe I put a wrong word to say intervene, but it was the matter of the CFO sending it to me, then I send it to the general so that he must look at it. Not that I was intervening in the way it sounds that how would I intervene? So it was that on those bases.
No, but we know from the chats that you were intervening. You forwarded it according to you. Your story is,
Yes.
you spoke to the general, you forwarded him this invoice, you were reporting back, we see from the chats. So you were fully intervening in this and updating the CFO and taking questions from the CFO and sending them to the general. So I don't think you can avoid the description that you were intervening. You did intervene in this. My question is, if this was the only invoice, if all these chats that we've seen related only to one invoice, because that's what you're saying now, your evidence is, well, this is the only invoice I got involved with. So my question is, if all these chats, the back and forths that we are seeing, which involves you, related to just this invoice, which is of a previous financial year, and where the CFO, it must be discussed with the CFO, how do we solve it? What could you be intervening to deal, what is your intervention on this kind of invoice? Which still requires the CFO to be engaged, remember? So because that's what the message says. How we deal with it to address so that it avoids being a post facto. And as I understand it, so that it avoids to look like it was authorized after the fact.
My intervention in this matter was to give General Dlamini and to make follow-ups with that effect.
Okay. That's your answer. I'll accept that's your answer. Thank you.
Then there are other strange features about this correspondence. Can we go back to a question that I've already asked you, but you didn't answer it at the time? It's about the target value. It's in your conversation with the general at page 508. This is now at 12 p.m. It's relatively early in the day's processing of invoices. Morning, Captain. Please just confirm for Mpofu-Walsh, I am processing the issue. I have spoken to Kane and Vusi also to increase the target value as the amount is a bit higher. And as soon as all of them are released, all of them, more than one, I will let you know for his intervention to ensure that Tommy makes payment urgently. So what was he referring to when he said Kane and Vusi were going to increase the target value because the amount's a bit higher?
Okay, according to my understanding about that message, it was for the general to inform me that they will adjust the budget and the payment will be made. It was the message that he sent to me to send it to the CFO.
So you understood this, that the general was now telling you, I'm going to adjust the budget so that we can make this payment. And you must tell the CFO, we're adjusting the budget.
No. This is how I understood it. I don't know what the general meant at that time. I'm explaining the message that he wrote to me.
At the time, how did you understood it like that?
Yes.
See. But of course your understanding may be wrong because you're not involved in municipal finance. You accept that?
That's correct.
Which again raises the question of why the two couldn't speak together. Two people who did understand municipal finance would operate more efficiently if they spoke to each other directly rather than through you. Would you not accept that?
I'm not sure if I understood your question.
Would it not be more efficient for two people who understand municipal finance and are dealing with a municipal finance issue to talk to each other directly rather than to talk through a third party who does not understand municipal finance?
I was just passing the message. So I wouldn't think that it would be a problem to them to communicate through me. So I took it from General Dlamini to the CFO. So my understanding it was they're going to adjust the budget so that the outstanding invoice would be paid.
And your evidence was that this was the first time you had ever heard of Gubis, and you didn't have any dealings relating to Gubis ever again. And you stand by that evidence?
I never said it was my first time or I don't know Gubis. I don't know if did you raise that question with me?
No, I did. So you do know Gubis?
Yes, I know Gubis.
Who is Gubis?
I don't know.
Who are the people who represent Gubis?
I don't know them.
What do you know about Gubis?
I know that Gubis is a Gubis security.
It's a security company.
That's correct.
What else do you know about Gubis?
I only know that it's a security company.
That's all you know?
That's correct.
Have you had any other dealings that have involved Gubis?
Not that I know of, or I remember.
Not that you remember?
Yes.
Let me take you to a few of the other chats. Page 516. Chat number 1. 23 March. Afternoon, Captain. I trust you're well and your family. I thought we could meet up today so I could get clarity on something called Mpofu-Walsh. Kane called me on Friday and asked if that Gubis want to meet up with me on Saturday. I then pushed the meeting to Monday with a view of getting direction from Mpofu-Walsh first, today. Please check with him on this and his advice, if I should go or drop them. I don't want to make a mistake on such matters because I believe the center should be one. What was that message about?
I think the General was informing me that there was a meeting that was to be held by Gubis and Kane and him now, that is the General. So the General declined that meeting because, according to me, understanding this message, he wanted the center of communication to be one.
What was the center of communication, what was the communication about, that there had to be one center? Why would this even involve the CFO?
I don't know what he meant by that.
You didn't know what he meant by that?
Yes.
Well, I want to put it to you that you did know what he meant by that,
yes.
And that this communication was on which bidders were going to be awarded TMPD Contract 1 of 2024-25, the contract in respect of which your brother's company was ultimately successful, one of the successful bidders. That's what this communication was about. What's your response to that?
That's not true.
I see. We'll get there when we get to that contract. What about page 547? If you go to page 547, you'll see on the 26th of June at 10 in the morning, you were sent a document which is described in the chats as termination letter COT ad hoc. That document's at page 647. And what that is a letter from Mr. Rivo Spies to Gubis terminating their services at Tshwane. Do you recall seeing that?
Yes?
Sorry, I must correct what I put to you earlier. I said you were sent. In fact, what I showed you was the chat where you sent that to General Dlamini. Where you were sent it is on page 331. It was slightly earlier. It was at 9:57 in the morning, chat time.
Page 331.
331.
It's in the earlier file. In the other
File 1, file 1.
Sorry, thank you, Commissioner Kumalo.
There you'll see that this termination letter was sent to you at chat time 7:57 a.m., 9:57, and the CFO said, call him Mpofu. You then, if you go back to page 547, forward the message to General Dlamini at 10:12 a.m. He calls you at 10:13, and then if you go back to 331, you'll see that at the bottom of the page, chat time 8:21, actual time 10:21, you say, I found him. What time can we meet today? And then immediately below that, when there's no response in 8 minutes, you send 2 question marks. And then the CFO says, I'll confirm Mpofu. I need to call him urgently in the meantime. Can I have his number? That can't wait for the meeting, my bro. And so you send the CFO the general's number. Now, why was it so urgent for you, the CFO, and the general to meet in relation to the termination of Gubis' services at the city?
I can't remember that. Why was it so urgent?
And why were you being involved at all in relation to the termination of Gubis' services at the city?
Okay, my answer is, I think CFO sent me this termination letter to show the general. Indeed, I did that. I forwarded it to the general. The general confirmed that indeed he is the one who instructed, who's this one? Spies, because of this company was working without any approval process or something, but I remember along those lines, he informed me that he recognized this company, and they alleged that he's the one who informed that this company is not compliant, so they must terminate.
But why was the CFO so anxious about this letter that he needed a meeting with you and the general so quickly? What was the CFO's concern about Gubis?
I would not know.
Can I ask you whether you're aware if Mr. Sibanyoni has an indirect interest in Gubis?
Not that I know of, I don't know.
Not that you know of. We've gone long past one, Chair. I mean, there is one, to round off this topic, there's a question that may lead to a couple of minutes, which I would like to canvass with the witness, but I'm aware I'm already long past my cut-off point.
Perhaps do that when we come back. Or you want to go ahead now?
No, I'm
Yes, Mr. Shasovsky.
Thank you, Chair. I was threatening to round off that previous topic when we went away. And what I would like to do in that regard is just to find my notes first. But that may. If we go to the screenshots of the exchanges between yourself and the CFO and the General, and we look at pages from 584. We start on 584. And we see that the first screenshot of the day is at 9:46. These are all screenshots relating to the day that you got involved in the issue of the invoices. The second one is at 10 o'clock. The third one is at 14:20. It's only after you've been there 3 times that the invoice from Gubis materializes. And then the last one is the next day at 11:41. So over a period of essentially 24 hours, in relation to this matter, in fact more than 24 hours, 25 and a half hours, the CFO and General Dlamini have been communicating in relation to this matter through you and through screenshots that have been passed through your phone. Now, Commissioner Baloyi suggested that one reason that this may have happened is that you had an old family relationship with the General, and the CFO knew that you could invoke your family relationship to get the General to act in circumstances where maybe he couldn't. I want to put to you that there's in fact a more sinister reason for this, which is that if this whole process of increasing target values, extending budgets and the like to facilitate payment of invoices is being done irregularly to extract money out of the city, then the General and the CFO wouldn't want to communicate in this regard in the manner in which officials normally communicate, which is either by email on the official email or by phone and text on the official phones. Because they wouldn't want to leave an electronic trail, an obvious electronic trail of their direct involvement in this process. And by sending screenshots through you, so that they never communicate, they are never seen to communicate directly with one another, what they do is obscure the fact that they together are driving this process, a process which they don't want to be seen to be driving. That's what I'm putting to you. What's your response to that?
Commissioner, can I use the services of the interpreter?
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to repeat that in the same terms, but it may not be exactly the same.
No, I understand it.
Ah.
But the interpreter, I think, not that I don't hear you, but I just want to understand. So the best and better way is to use the interpreter's services.
So where I started...
Ms. Murray, did you hear the question?
Yes, Commissioner, I did catch the...
Do you want it repeated?
Yes, let's...
Oh, all right.
So, Commissioner Baloyi put to you that that a possible reason why the CFO was using you as an intermediary between himself and the General was that the CFO knew about your family relationship with the General. And let's stop there, because otherwise we'll reach the end and have the same problem.
Commissioner Balo uye wathi kuwe isizathu sokuthi kube nokuxhumana phakathi ka CFO phakathi kwakho ne CFO ukuthi CFO ubazi ngobudlelwane wena onabo no General.
And so the CFO thought that because of your family relationship with the General, you would be able to persuade the General to do things that he as CFO might not be able to persuade the General.
Ngakho ke uCFO uye wathatha ngokuthi ngenxa yobudlelwane bakho onabo kungcono ukuthi asebenzise wena kunokuthi kube uye ovela ngaphambili ngokuxhumana okukhona phakathi kwakhe no General kodwa ubudlelwane bakho ibona obuzosiza ukuxhumanisa.
That was what Commissioner Baloyi put to you. I want to put to you that there is a more sinister explanation.
Lokho ke kuye kwashiwa uCommissioner Baloyi kodwa mina ngithi khona esinye isizathu esibi esingasikhona esenze lokho.
And the sinister explanation is this, that if what is going on here is a process of securing irregular payments to suppliers,
Isizathu ke salokho ukuthi isizathu esingesihle singacacile ukuzama ukufihla leso sizathu esikhona esibi.
by changing budgets and increasing target values,
Ngokushintsha amabudget kanye nokwenyusa imikhawulo yokusetshenziswa kwemali.
the CFO and the General would not want to leave the electronic communication trail that is left by ordinary communications within a municipality between senior officials.
CFO ke no General bayafihla ukuthi kubekho kungabi umzila wabo wokuxhumana ungabonakali bayafihla ngokuthi basebenzise wena ukubaxhumanisa.
That ordinary communication channel is on official emails or through messaging on official phones.
Lokho kuxhumana ke kubonakala ke kuma emails nalezi ngxoxo enibenazo.
And by interposing you between all of their communications, they leave an electronic trail that suggests that they never speak to each other.
ngokusebenzisa wena ke lokho kuyafihlakala bakufihla ukuthi banokuxhumana bona bobabili wena ubasivika abavika ngase ihawu lokusithela kuso.
So they are able to communicate in relation to irregular conduct within the municipality without leaving an electronic trail that suggests that they have done so.
Ngakho ke bakwazi ukuthi kufihleke ukuthi banokuxhumana okuthile ngoba akukho mbhalo akho mzila yembhalo ebonakalayo yokuxhumana kwabo ngokwenza kwabo into engenhle.
And I put it to you that that is the reason why all of these messages were sent through you in relation to these payments.
Ngakho ke ngikubeka kuwe ukuthi yikho lokho kwenze ukuthi lezi inkulumisana lokho kuxhumana okube khona kufihleke kungabonakala isandla sabo khona.
So I'd like your comment, if any, on that.
Bengicela ke uphawule ngalokho.
Akusiqiniso lokho.
That is not true.
Are you happy to leave it at a simple denial?
Ngabe nje ufuna ukugcina ngokuthi ukuphike nje ukuthi akulona iqiniso.
Kunjalo.
That is correct. That is so.
Assuming your initial explanation for why you got involved in the issue relating to Gubis securities payment, assuming that your initial explanation was that you were in the car with the CFO, a call came and you were trying to assist. What were you still doing 3 months later when there's a termination of that contract? What was the reason for your continued involvement with Gubis security affairs?
Faleni uye waphendula wathi wangenela ngesikhathi nihamba no-CFO ukusiza. Kodwa manje kubonakala enyangeni ezintathu eziqhubekayo usaqhubeka nokuthi ungenelele kwakuyini isizathu sakho sokuthi uqhubeke kulezi ezinye inyanga ezintathu eziqhubekela phambili.
Angibonanga kuyinkinga after inyanga ezintathu ezilandelayo ukuqhubeka ngokukhuluma ngayo into yaka CFO no Dlamini nayo Gubis ngoba ngangibona nje angibonanga kunento enenkinga lapha.
I did not see any reason. I did not see any problem for me to continue even beyond that 3 months of continuing to be involved in this process.
And why Gubis security specifically? Why not other service providers? Why Gubis security? What was your interest in Gubis security?
Kwakuyini okwenza ukuthi uqhubeke uqondane ngqo nabe security why ungangenelelanga kweminye imisebenzi kwamanye ama process ayekhona kodwa kwagcina nje lapha ukuthi ungenelele kwe security kuphela.
Ingqazelo yami ukuthi amanye ama security azange kulethwe ngakimi or bengingekho bifibona baba neyinkinga. So inkinga bengiyazi yiyo yona le bekade ngikhona kuyo yeGubis.
The reason is that the other security issues were not brought to me. That is why I did not involve myself in them with as much as I was involved with the Gubis.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskasa.
Well, at least some security procurement issues were brought to your attention. Let me take you to one. It starts on page 500.
Page
500. And there you'll see that on the 28th of November 2024, the General sent you in chat number 7 a document headed TMPD 01 2024-25. And that document we will see at page 500. Sorry, not at page 500, we're at page 500, at page 566. And what we see at page 566 is a list of all of the tenders that have been received in respect of tender 1 of 2024-25, and there is a date, 02/10/2024. Was that the deadline for submissions of bids in respect of that tender? To October 2024. Are you aware that that was the deadline for the submission of bids in that tender?
I was not.
But you accept that by 28 November, if there is a list of all of the tenders received with their bid prices, then the deadline for submission must have passed. You'll accept that?
That's correct.
So by 28 December, all bids had to be in. You accept that?
That's correct.
And are you aware of the principle of public procurement that you are bound by your bid, and that after you have submitted your bid, you may not alter it? You aware of that principle?
That's correct.
While we're on this document, let's go down to page 571. And we see at number 26, Gubis appears again.
5.
So Gubis must have submitted a bid for this tender.
571.
571. And we see at 572.
Are you still looking for 571?
That's correct. But I think,
You'll see Gubis is number 26.
okay.
Then at 572, number 32 is reflected as El Shadia Security and Training, but you may recall that the correct name for this entity is El Shaddai. It's AI, not IA at the end. And you may recall from our questions yesterday that that was one of the two bidders who the General, yourself, and Mr. Mnisi identified as the preferred vehicles for this tender. You recall that?
That's correct.
If we go down to 573, we see at number 34 an entity that is spelt TRIOTRIC, Triotic Protection Services. I imagine that that should have been Triotic, TRIOTIC. And are you aware that Triotic is a company group associated with Mr. Modise, the Deputy Mayor?
That's correct.
And then at 95, we see a misspelling of your brother's company, Ngapeshia Construction and Projects.
At 35.
At number 35, immediately after Triotic. It's sort of spelt yet, I don't even want to try to pronounce NCTA, but it should be Ngapeshia. You see it?
No, I see it, but it can't be Ngapeshe.
It can't be.
This one is Ngapeshe. This is not Ngapeshe.
I see, and you're saying that this is not a contract for which your brother's company bid?
I'm disputing the name.
The name is wrong. It's spelt wrongly on this list. But are you denying that company on page 573, number 35, was actually your brother's company, but whoever wrote this list spelt it wrong?
I deny it was my brother's Ngapeshe.
But does the full name of your brother's company goes Construction and Projects? Is it Ngapeshe Construction and Projects, your brother's company?
I'm not sure, but it might be Ngapeshe Security, or I'm subjected to be corrected once I see the full document of Ngapeshe.
Can I ask a different question? Do you deny that your brother submitted a tender for this?
I don't deny my brother submitting a tender.
Okay, thank you.
And was your brother a successful bidder for this tender?
Yes, according to me.
Well, let's see how he got there. Can we then go to page 133?
100
33.
Same file.
File 1. You have it.
That's correct.
And there you'll see that the CFO asks you on 26 February 2025 at the foot of the page, or foot of 133, who is Sipho Nkomo or Joe Mabunda from TMPD? You see that question?
That's correct.
And you respond by sending a photo of Mr. Nkomo, and the CFO then says underneath, okay, taking him off this one, pointing up at that photo. You see that? It's over the page. It's 1:34 at 26 February. The chat time is 11:17, which would be 1:17 p.m.
I see it.
You then below that say, I'm sending Joe Mabunda, but he's going on pension this year, and you send a photograph with a Facebook link to a picture of Mr. Mabunda. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, do you know why Mr. Mnisi was interested in who Mr. Nkomo and Mr. Mabunda were?
I don't know.
Did you know that they were the two departmental representatives from the TMPD on the bid evaluation committee for this tender?
I don't know.
If we then go to page 512,
Same file.
512, no, it's file 2. We see the messages that I took you to yesterday. It's the messages of the 9th of March that the General sends you. The first is at 7:35 p.m. Afternoon, my brother. I trust you're well and your family. My sincere apologies for the delay in sending these messages. The two vehicles for land are 1, Ngapeshe Securities, and 2, El Shaddai Security Services. Have a blessed Sunday and lots of love. You remember that one?
Yes, I remember.
And then 2 days later, he sends you a list of 7 companies at 11 March, 3:06 p.m. And he explains immediately below that, afternoon, Captain, I trust you're well and your family. The above is from the Red Berets. Please check with Mpofu-Walsh if it's the same with his from CIC Juju to verify the authenticity. We went through that yesterday. I don't propose to go through it again. what I will show you is that if you go to page 148, you will see that all three of the messages that General Dlamini sent to you on the 9th and on the 11th, you forward to the CFO on the 11th at 1:20, or at chat time 1:21 p.m., which is actually 3:21 p.m. You see those three messages. Afternoon, my brother, the two vehicles, and then the seven entities allegedly identified by the Red Berets. You see those three?
That's correct.
Now, let me pause here and ask, why was it necessary for General Dlamini to communicate with the CFO through you in relation to these three messages?
Okay, thank you. The three major messages, I will start with that one of seven companies. At that time, according to the general, that he was approached, I don't know by who, but some individuals knowing that he's working at Tshwane, or he once worked with them before, but I think he was working at Tshwane on security issues. Then they gave him these 7 companies. Then they further said to him, these companies belong to CIC Juju. And then they further elaborated that the same companies were also given to the CFO. So he sent me the same companies to send to CFO to verify, as in he knows about these companies, and are these companies legit, or is it true the way they are saying that they were sent by Juju?
Now, who is the Juju or CRC to whom you're referring here?
I took it as they sent it to me, CIC Juju.
Who did you understand CRC Juju to be?
At that time, I did not need maybe to understand on who it was, but I just took it as it came, that is CIC Juju.
What legitimate purpose could there be of checking with the CFO that a list of companies allegedly coming from CRC Juju had in fact come from CRC Juju? Could there be any legitimate purpose?
Commissioner, can I use, just on that question, the services of my honorable interpreter?
Ngabe kwakuyini isizathu sokuthi lamagama lezinkampani ezisikhombisa athunyelwe kuwo ukuthi aqinisekise ukuthi avela ku-CIC Juju?
Isizathu kwakuwukuthi ubaba uDlamini wayefuna ukuba nesiqiniseko kubaba uMnisi ukuthi ngempela lawo makhampani abuya lapho kuthiwa abuya khona, nokuthi ngempela uwatholile yini yena na, kukhona kwaziye ngawo.
The reason was to ascertain if indeed these names, these companies' names did come from Juju, so that the CEO could be assured of that.
Why would the CFO need to know if these companies' names came from Juju?
Ngabe kwakuyini isizathu sokuthi CFO afuna ukuqinisekisa ukuthi ngempela lamagama lezinkampani abuya ku-CIC Juju?
ukuya ngobaba uDlamini labo bantu abafika kuye bathi naye ubaba uMnisi unawo lawo magama manje ingakho ke ubaba uDlamini wabona ukuthi kubalulekile ukuthi akaqale ezwe nangaye ubaba uMnisi.
The reason was
Can
that.
you, can you please turn this mic towards Ms. Murray as well? Yeah. Please translate. Switch both of them.
Now I've lost the trend of the thought. I think the reason was that Mr. Mnisi also needed to assure that these names did indeed come from the CIC Juju, and that's why he needed to establish this from Mr. Dlamini. I'm not sure if I got it right, Commissioner.
And did you understand?
Please, sorry, can you please repeat the question and let's get the answer again.
What legitimate reason could there be for the CFO to need to know whether this list of companies came from Juju?
Mr. Chaskalson, I think we...
To finish off the question.
That was the question. What legitimate reason could there be?
Ngabe kwakuyini isizathu esibambekayo esasidinga ukuthi u-CFO adinge ukwazi ukuqinisekisa lokho.
Isizathu ngaleso sikhathi kwakuwukuthi ke ubaba uDlamini ngokuya kwakhe ukuthi labantu ababekade bafike kuye bamtshela ukuthi le inkampani ezika CIC Juju maye ngokugwema or noma ukufuna ukuqinisekisa ngoba avoid indaba ukuthi abantu balahlela amagama abantu esidlangalaleni waconfirma nobaba uMnisi ngoba kuya ngalabo bantu bathi bona nobaba uMnisi uyiphethe uwaphethe lawo magama.
The reason was that Mr. Dlamini did have this name, but he wasn't sure if they're just names dropping to say that they came from Juju CIC. He wanted definitely to ascertain with Mr. Mnisi that fact.
But my question is a different question. Is anybody, Juju or anybody else, entitled to influence tenders by indicating who their preferred bidders are?
Ngabe sikhona insizathu sokuthi bafuna ukuqinisekisa ukuthi lamagama ngempela abuya ku-CIC uJuju.
Angeke ngazi kuleyo ndawo ukuthi sikhona yini.
Sorry, Ms. Murray, you did not interpret the part about influencing.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Ukuthi isizathu sokuba ngabe banaso bafuna ukuqinisekisa noma uku-influencer isiphetho saleso
Ilungelo ngesizulu yini? Ilungelo.
Right.
Ilungelo ngesizulu. Bizwe ilungelo.
But I was just stuck on influence.
Bakhona yini abantu abanelungelo lokuthi ngizosebenzisa lesilungu ke ba influence i-tender process. Bakhona abantu abanelungelo lalokho.
Cha, abanalo Commissioner.
No, they did not have that right.
Let's move forward then to the 18th of March and page 513.
Maybe before you do that, let me ask. I think the question was asked, I just need to be reminded the answer. Still at that page 5112. Why did you send that list of the two companies? On page, the same page, 5112? but you also find it at 148 of the first file, the very page that you were looking at with Mr. Chaskalson. So before you forward, at 148, it's you and the CFO, Mr. Nisi. You send him Ngapesheya and El Shaddai. Why did you send him those?
Wathumelela amagama ongaphesheya kumnumzana uMnisi ne El Shaddai, kungani wathumelela amagama?
Yabo, isizathu sokuba ngithumele lamagama kubaba uMnisi kungenxa maningabuka kahle lapho ithi ngiyakubingelela wena captain, ngiyathemba ulungile, ngiyaxolisa ukuba wena isikhathi sihambe kancane ukuba ngithumele le mlayezo. Kungokuthi after sengikhuluma nomnumzana uDlamini ukuba alekelele umfowethu ngenkampani yengaphesheya. Waseke umnumzana Dlamini wathi akakwazi ukuba angalekelela umfowethu ngenkampani yakhe ngoba kuzoba conflict of interest. Waseke ungaqhaza ngizobuya ngiqhaza.
The reason for giving this name of Ngapesheya was to assist my brother to secure the contract.
What about El Shaddai? Is it also your brother's company?
Xola kancane commissioner, ungathi umama akaqedanga ukuchaza lento bengisho.
The reason is that
Please
you want
repeat.
to read.
Please repeat the part that Ms. Murray did not mention. Please repeat it. Just the part that you say Ms. Murray did not interpret.
Ngathumela inkampani kubaba Dlamini
I sent the company to the name of the company to Mr. Dlamini
ukuba uMr Dlamini alekelele umfowethu ngengaphesheya ukuba ithole umsebenzi eTshwane.
so that my brother so that he could assist my brother companies Ngapesheya to secure the job or the tender.
Kwaseke uMr Dlamini waphendula ukuthi cha angeke kukhonakale lokho ku against umsebenzi wakhe conflict of interest.
Then Mr. Dlamini said he would not be in a position to do so because that will create a conflict of interest.
Waqhubeka uMr Dlamini wathi kimi ukhona umuntu amaziyo ongalekelela umfowethu kodwa loyo muntu akasebenzi eTshwane.
He did say that there was a person who could assist my brother, but that person does not work at Tshwane.
Loyo muntu ozokulekelela umfowethu umuntu osebenza ngamaphepha wamathenda, is a document or tender specialist.
That person is the person who works with the paperwork or the tender documents.
Who's
What?
a specialist with tender documents?
And who was that person?
Kwakuba lowo muntu.
Angakaqedi ukuchaza.
I have not yet finished explaining.
Kwaseke uMr Dlamini amnikeza inkampani kamfowethu. Mr Dlamini wathi uzoxhumanisa umfowethu naloyo mlisa. Kodwa loyo mlisa akasebenzi umsebenzi wakhe ukusiza amakampani wama security ngento zamaphepha.
Mr. Dlamini then said he would assist my brother by linking him to this other person who works with the paperwork or tender documentation, but that person does not work for the Tswane.
Okay, you talk about conflict relating to your brother's company. Why did you say, and then what about El Shaddai? What did General Dlamini say or do after you sent him this?
Sorry, Commissioner, I think I'll keep on maybe going back because if I feel at some stage maybe my interpreter is misinterpreting me. So I'll mix there and there. As Mr. Dlamini now intervened by connecting my brother with this individual from outside Tswane, then he found that that individual is also helping other companies. Then after that individual was done with all the things that were necessary to be complied with, he sent it to Mr. Dlamini. Then Mr. Dlamini sent those documents to me, that now it's Ngapeshe and El Shaddai. And El Shaddai, it's a company that my brother usually works with in terms of the joint venture when they're working in stadium or in events, big events. So El Shaddai is known to me like that. And then he said to me, send this company to Mfowethu ukuthi these are the companies that are verified by this certain individual. Check for me if are they compliant with regards to the requirements of that project.
So when you sent to the CFO, to Mr. Mnisi, the name of Ngapeshe and El Shaddai, you wanted the CFO to verify that they comply with the requirements of the tender?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
So yesterday you did not know who El Shaddai is, but today you know that they usually participate in joint ventures with your brother's company.
Yesterday the question was, do I have interest? What is my interest? If I understood clearly in El Shaddai, then I said no.
You said that you requested Mr. Dlamini to General Dlamini to do something to ensure that your brother got the job. Do you remember saying that?
No.
When you spoke in isiZulu, something that led him to say that there would be a conflict of interest. I've paraphrased and made it much, much shorter than what you said, but I think the substance is the same.
Can you repeat that so that maybe I might understand?
You requested General Dlamini to do something and assist your brother towards securing the job in respect of the tender, not so?
That's correct.
That's what I tried to convey even before.
Yes, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Yes.
I just wanted to...
Now, what I want to know is, did you make a similar request with regard to El Shaddai?
No, but it happens that the same guy who was doing also El Shaddai.
All right, thank you.
If we then go forward, can we go to the next development that I see is on 18 March, a week later, and that's on page 513. It starts at 8:26:32 a.m. Chat number 6. And you say, this is a message you send to the General at 8:26, sorry, chat number 6. Morning, General, the list of preferred people for demolition. So it's a week down the line, and you are now asking General to give you the list of preferred people for this tender. Is that not correct?
I'm not sure, or if I hear it correctly, I will appreciate if maybe can.
Well, demolition, this tender is known as the land tender or the demolition tender. You know that?
Yes.
So at 26 minutes past 8 on the 18th of March, this is a week after, well, let's just rewind a bit. You have an exchange with the General about Ngepeshia and El Shaddai being the two preferred vehicles. General then comes back and says, well, this is what these 7 are wanted by the Red Berets. Will you check it out with the CFO?
Yes.
A week later, you go to the General and you say, morning, General, the list of preferred people for demolition. What then happens? Let me take you through the chats and then you can comment on my conclusions at the end. That's 8:26. At 8:33, you call the General in chat number 7. Over the page at 8:34, you call again. Lower down at 8:37, he calls you back. So there's a sequence of calls in essentially the 10 minutes after you send that message, the list of preferred people for demolition. After that sequence of calls, you then on page, remember the last of those calls is at 8:37. If we then go to page 153, actually the bottom of 152 rather than the very bottom of 152, we see that last chat there, and remember you've got to add 2 hours. So at 8:50, you WhatsApp the CFO with just 2 names, Ngapeshia and El Shaddai. So what it seems to me is taking place here is once again you're placing yourself as the conduit for communications between the General and the CFO. And you have asked the General, in the wake of last week's conversation about the 7 extra companies that the Red Berets want, he must come back to you now with who are the preferred vehicles for this tender. You've had a conversation, and then at 8:50, you have communicated the outcome of that conversation to the CFO. And the outcome of that conversation is that the 2 preferred vehicles remain your brother's company and the company with which it normally partners. What's your response to that? And Sergeant, I must emphasize, at any stage during this questioning, if you want to assert a privilege against self-incrimination, you are entitled to do so. Don't want you to answer questions that might incriminate you and that you're not obliged to answer. You must always be free to do that. Having said that, do you want to answer this question?
Yes, I want to answer this question.
Then please do.
Interpreter. Oh, sorry. I thought you were going to talk through you were going to answer through the interpreter. So let me start again. We go back to 11 March. You have had a conversation with the General. It starts with you identifying Ngepeshia and El Shaddai as the 2 preferred vehicles for the tender. The General then comes back with a list of 7 additional companies which he said come from the Red Berets. He says, please check this
with the CFO. You forward to the CFO all 3 of your chats to the General, the one about your 2 choices, the 7 that ostensibly come from the Red Berets, and the General's request that the CFO must check this out. A week later, you send a chat to the General, you send a message to the General saying, the preferred vehicles for the demolition tender. There are then a series of conversations. Sorry, I'm going so far down the line, we're going to have to start again. So, can I ask, are you able to interpret what I've said thus far? Or should I, let's do it one step at a time. The sequence, okay. It starts on the 11th of March. You have identified with the General your 2 preferred vehicles for this tender. The General has then messaged you to say there are another 7 companies that the Red Berets want.
General useyakuphendula uthi cha kukhona nezinye inkampani eziyisikhombisa abe Red Beret abafuna ukuthi zibonelele.
You have forwarded all 3 of those messages. The message where you identified your 2 preferred vehicles, where there was the list of the 7 other vehicles, and the message underneath that saying, these are the companies that the Red Berets want. Check this out with the CFO. You forward all of those to the CFO.
Yonke ke leyo mlayezo wena uyidlulisela ku-CFO lezi zikampani zakhe ezimbili obona ukuthi izona ezifanele zithole umsebenzi kanye nalezi ezinye eziyisikhombisa abe-Red Beret abafuna zibonelele.
That's where things stand on the 11th.
Ngomhla ka-11.
A week later, on the 18th, you send the General a message asking for the preferred vehicles for the land tender, for the demolition tender.
Ngomhla ka-11 wena usuthumela lezi inkampani ofuna izibonelelwe ekudilizeni. Ngomhla ka-18 wena usuthumela lezi inkampani ezona ezifanele ibonelelwe kumsebenzi wokudiliza, demolition.
There are then a series of voice calls between yourself and the General.
Ebese kuba kuqhubekela phambili kuba nokuxhumana phakathi kwakho no-General.
At the end of those voice calls, you message the CFO
Kwalezo nkulumiswano ezaba khona lawo machati wena ukuthumela umlayezo ku-CFO
with just 2 names,
namagama amabili,
Ngapesheya and El Shaddai.
Ingaphesheya ne-El Shaddai.
And what it looks like to me is that once again you are intermediating conversations between the General and the CFO.
Bonakala ukuthi wena futhi usangenelela exhumaneni phakathi ko-General no-CFO.
And the outcome of those conversations over a period of a week is that the chosen vehicles remain Ngapesheya and El Shaddai.
Umphumela ke walezo ngxoxo enibe nazo ukuthi inkampani embili izona okufanele zamukeleke okungaphesheya ne-El Shaddai.
And I want your comment on that.
Ngicela ke ukuthi uphawule ngalokho.
Ujenene uDlamini isizathu zokuthi angisendele lamakampani amabili ukulandelwa kokuba after lamankampani sekabuyile ole inkampani sezibuyile kulomuntu bekade ezilekelela ngokwamaphepha.
The reason was that this name of these companies have been brought back from the person who was checking them.
Checking their paperwork.
Checking?
Their paperwork or compliant.
Yes, checking that they are compliant.
And were they compliant?
Ngabe ke zazi ulandela imigomo noma inqubo noma imithetho kufanele ziyilandele.
Ukuya ngami nobaba Dlamini ngaleso sikhathi ngomlayezo angipha wona ukuthi zikulungele lokho.
Yes, according to me and Dlamini was that they were complying.
Well, we'll get to that shortly because, in fact, they were not compliant. Yesterday, I said there were 6 independent grounds on which Ngabe Share should have been disqualified. In fact, I undercalculated. It was 12. But we will take you one by one through them in the chats later. For now, I want to go forward to the 21st of March. And we're back with your chats with the CFO, 154. He says to you on the 21st of March, top of the page, good morning. I had a meeting with Action SA and EFF yesterday. Telling me to submit 5 is an insult and didn't sit well with me. He says sit well with me, but I think he meant sit well with me. You see that?
That's correct.
And if we go to 515, we see that you immediately forward that message to the General. (515) chat 3.
Where?
And you'll see at 11:17, you forward to the General the message you've just received from the CFO. Good morning. I had a meeting with Action SA and EFF yesterday. Telling me to submit 5 is an insult and didn't sit well with me. You see that?
That's correct.
Now, once again, the CFO is communicating with the General through you. CFO texts you, you text the General. Why is this taking place?
Kungani CFO inkulumiswano evela ku CFO iza kuwe ukuthi uyidlulisele kuDlamini?
Kungalendlela bona bajwayele ngakhona or sijwayele ngakhona ukukhuluma.
That is how we normally or regularly communicated. That was the habit on how we conducted this.
So when you were in the car and Gubis called and raised a problem about not being paid, in fact, there was no factor specific to that situation that you wanted to help out the CFO because he was in a car and he couldn't do these communications. That, in fact, wasn't the correct answer, the truth as to why you took over the process and started intermediating yourself. The truth was that you just always intermediate yourself in communications between the General and the CFO.
Okusho ukuthi lokho kushilo ekuqaleni ukuthi ngesikhathi nihamba nisemotweni wangenela nje wena ukusiza. Lokhu kukhombisa ukuthi indlela vele benijwayele ukusebenzisana ngayo, hayi ngoba kwangoba ufuna ukusiza ngalelo langa.
Akusiqiniso lokho.
That is not true.
Okokuqala azange ngithi umnumzana umnisi beyangakwazi ukukhuluma noJenene ngoba wayekade busy.
Firstly, I didn't say that Mr. Mnisi was not able to speak to the General because he was busy.
Ngithe yimi engavolunteer ukuba ngizokhuluma noJenene ngoba uJenene ngimazi buduzane.
I'm the one who volunteered to speak to the General because I am very familiar with the General.
Well, let's go on with the sequence. 516. Chat number 1, we're now 2 days on, it's 23 March. Afternoon, Captain. This is from the General. I trust you're well and your family. I thought we could meet up today so that I could get clarity on something called Mpofu-Walsh. Kane called me on Friday and asked that if Gubis want to meet up with me on Saturday. I then pushed the meeting to Monday with a view of getting direction from Mpofu-Walsh first, today. Please check with him on this and his advice, if I should go or drop them. Don't want to make a mistake on such matters because I believe the center should be one. We've discussed this message earlier today, you recall?
Yes.
You'll see that you immediately forward that message to the CFO, and you'll find it forwarded immediately on 155. It's the second last message on the page. You forwarded to the CFO message time 6:16:20. It's actually 8:16:20 p.m. When he receives it, he says to you, let's let General meet him, then he will brief us of the outcomes of the discussion when we meet later, Mpofu. So, in response to the General's message that he's been approached by Gubis, who want to meet him. Remember, Gubis are also one of the bidders on this tender. You remember that?
Yes.
So they want to meet with the General, and the CFO says, let the General meet, then he will brief us of the outcomes of the discussion when we meet later. Then, on the 25th of March, at 157, you send the CFO your third message confirming that it's your brother's company and his usual partnering company that are the preferred vehicles. That's at 8:12 a.m., message time 6:12:17 a.m., middle of the page. Just those same two names, El Shaddai and Gubis. Why did you do that?
I sent these companies to the CFO to check if these companies are compliant according to what has been informed by the General to me, that indeed through that person who helped these companies, they are compliant.
But you've already sent those two names ostensibly for that purpose a few days previously, or you're just repeating the same message that you sent previously?
That's correct.
Well, the response of the CFO, if we go down, is, can we meet at Jean Avenue at about 4? You say super, and he says, please bring General Mpofu. We go back to 517. 517. The please bring General was at 13:08 and 1:08 p.m. and we see at 1:11 p.m. there is a screenshot that is sent to the General, and it's a screenshot of your chats that you've just had with the CFO. And lower down the page at 114, the General, sorry, lower down same page, 517, at 1:14 p.m., chat 4, the General responds, afternoon, Captain, trust you are well and your family, copied, we will see you there. So the CFO has asked for a meeting at Jean Street at 4, and the General is saying yes. Then, We now have reached 8 p.m. at night, and we are at page, the same 25th of the 3rd. We're at the bottom of page 520. And now the General sends you a document. We'll get to that document in due course. And what he says on the document is, Captain Naimande to Victor Apiwe Yona. So he is sending you a list of bidders who Victor has a mandate to award this tender to. Is that correct? Maybe before you answer, you should go to page 176, because you immediately forward that list to the CFO. It's the footer page 176. Message time 6:31:53 p.m. It's actually 8:31:53. And you see it's a screenshot of your conversation with General Dlamini, and there are 7 companies that are listed for TMPD 12425, and the same message, Captain Naimande to Victor Apiwe Yona. It says from US, you say, and is US, what is US? Is US Umashi?
Where is that?
At the foot of, so if you go over to 177, you see that that message is forwarded with a message from US. And I assume that that's a reference to the General, because it is in fact forwarded from the General, and the General's first name is Umashi. I think the U would stand for Umashi. Is that correct?
Yes.
And underneath, just to make clear, you tell the CFO that these are companies given to Victor by Nico.
Yes.
And then underneath that, you send your own message to the CFO, which says, Captain, sorry, you don't. I need to take you back to page 521. 521. And there you'll see it, the top of the page, 903. The General says, Captain, find below our vehicles for land to be given Mpofu-Walsh in order of priority. And there they go, El Shaddai at the top, and Gapesher then coming second, and then another 3, 4, unfortunately, 4 has been repeated, so they're actually in total 6 companies, but they're 2 number 4s. And then a bit lower down the page, a 7th company is added at 9:07:56 p.m., where the list has now grown to 7. And that list of 7, you forward to the CFO on page 177 in the chat that is sent at message time 7:08, which is actually 9:08 p.m. You see that?
I see that.
He responds, thanks, Mpofu-Walsh, I'm on top of this. And he says, this is ours, Mpofu-Walsh, this is the final list, right? And you say, yes, it's our final list.
Which page do I said is our final list?
178, do you see that?
Right.
So when you said it was your final list, and the list has been described as our vehicles for land to be given Mpofu-Walsh in order of priority, what are you saying?
Okay. This list, it was the list that was compiled by Nico. This was a list that was compiled by Nico. Nico, whom was referred by General Dlamini, who is an outsider to Tshwane. So according to Nico, he sent this to General Dlamini that this, according to him and what he did in terms of the paperwork, it is compliant to be able to work. So now, he sent to General Dlamini. General Dlamini said, can you verify with Mpofu-Walsh these companies are compliant? That is the reason I've sent them to Nico, to the CFO.
Land to be given means they are compliant.
Pardon?
If you just read on page 177,
Yes.
where they say, Captain, below our vehicles for land to be given. What does land to be given mean?
It's a land invasion project. Land invasion, yeah.
So this is the tender, it's called the land tender or the demolition tender. I'm not saying that that's what is said in your chats, but this tender I'm putting to you is known as the land tender or the demolition tender. It's to protect city land from land invasion and to demolish shacks if people invade city land. Is that not correct?
Now, are you asking me on top of the question that was asked by Commissioner Kumar? Now,
I'll let you answer Commissioner Kumala's question. I was trying to speed up that process and clarify.
I thought you had already answered.
Yes.
Mine was clarification. You are being asked a different question by Advocate Cheskalson.
okay.
That the tender itself was about protecting city land from land invasions.
That's
and
correct.
to demolish shacks if people have built illegally.
That's correct.
Yes.
And Nico, is that Nico Matubela? Nico, the man outside the city who can help you with compliance.
Nico who?
Nico, you said these are the names that have come back from Nico.
Yes. I don't know his surname. He's a person that is known by General, but I can confirm that it is Nico. Maybe before the Honorable Commission proceed, can I? This is what I'm sorry, Commissioners.
No problem. Let's adjourn.
So we'd got to 25 of March, and you'll recall that on the 23rd of March, the General had spoken about Gubis approaching Kane and wanting a meeting, and the CFO, you'd forwarded that to the CFO, and the CFO had said, let him meet, let the General meet with them, and he can report. If we go to page 178, we see a screenshot of a conversation with the General where he gives his report, and you've taken a screenshot of that and you've sent it to the CFO. And there at 18:59 on the screenshot, the General reports to you, afternoon, Captain, I had a meeting with Kane and those guys today, as I indicated. I've told them they should go back where they've started, Mpofu-Walsh. I said to them, he's the only gateway. They can't go with a back door. I will only be able to assist if I get an indication from Mpofu-Walsh. Protocol must be observed at all cost. So what you are reporting, or what the General has reported to you, is that he's met with Gubis and Kane. He has said to them he's not going to deal directly with them. If they want anything, they must go to the CFO. Is that correct?
Can you repeat your question, Councillor?
What the General has reported to you and what you have forwarded to the CFO is that the General met with Gubis and Kane, as he indicated that he would. They were wanting to speak to him and to get arrangements with him. He has told them that they have to deal with Mpofu-Walsh, in other words, the CFO, that he is the only gateway, they can't go with a back door, and he, the General, will only assist them if he gets an indication from the CFO, because protocol must be observed at all cost. Is that not what the report was saying?
According to my understanding, as I read here, I said, afternoon, Captain, I had a meeting with Kane and those guys today, as I indicated. So there is, I would not say those guys are Gubis or not. So there is no way that there is no sentence that mentions Gubis. He said those guys and Kane.
But if you go back to if you go to 516 in file 2.
5-0?
516. In file 2, you'll recall that a few days earlier, the General had said to you, "Afternoon, Captain, I trust you're well in your family. I thought we will meet up today so that I could get clarity on something called Mpofu-Walsh. Kane called me on Friday and asked if that Gubis want to meet up with me on Saturday." So Kane called him, told him that Gubis wanted to meet up on Saturday. I then pushed the meeting to Monday with a view of getting direction from Mpofu-Walsh first today. Please check with him on this and his advice, if I should go or drop them. I don't want to make a mistake on such matters because I believe the center should hold. You recall that?
I recall it.
And you recall the response of the CFO was to tell you, let the General meet with them, and he, the General, will then report to us. We won't meet him. We won't meet with Gubis. The General can meet with Gubis, and we will then get a report from the General. Do you remember that? I mean, if you need to check the actual page, it's 155. That's where you forward the General's message about Gubis and Kane wanting a meeting, and the General responds.
155, okay.
And says, let's let General meet him, then he will brief us of the outcomes of the discussion when we meet later in Mpofu. So when we see this message at page 522, 4 days after that exchange with the General and the CFO, we see a message saying, "Afternoon, Captain, I had a meeting with Kane and those guys today, as I indicated. I've told them they should go back where they've started, Mpofu-Walsh. I said to him, he's the only gateway, they can't go with a back door. I will only be able to assist if I get an indication from Mpofu-Walsh. Protocol must be observed at all cost." That is a reference to the meeting with Gubis and Kane that he was instructed to have without you and without the CFO, and thereafter to report to you. Do you accept that?
No.
Well, I put it to you that denial is a false denial. Let's see what happens after this. Page 178, you forward that exchange with the General. You forward it to the CFO, along with your response, nice one, General, let me inform Mpofu. You see that?
That's correct.
What was nice about the General's response to Kane and those guys? What did you like about it that you wanted to inform Mpofu?
I think what was nice, it was when the general sent me a message that he said, they must follow protocol. I think protocol is to follow proper channels to go to the offices there at Trent.
And in this case, the appropriate person to approach for complaints around this tender was the CFO. Remember, they were complaining about the tender.
Can you repeat that question?
Are you saying that the appropriate person to approach in relation to complaints about the CFO, about the tender, is the CFO? You should go to the CFO if you have a complaint about a tender.
I don't know what is the proper channels to complain about the tender in Tshwane, so I cannot comment on that.
Well, let's go a little bit further. Still on the 27th.
Page?
Same, 179. You've now said, nice one, General, let me inform Mpofu. You've said, nice one, General, let me inform Mpofu to the General. You forwarded that screenshot to the CFO. And then at screen time 5:49:51, which is 7:49:51, the CFO forwards you a call log that shows 3 calls from Madlanga. Who is Madlanga?
Is someone I know from Soshanguve.
Is he a nephew of Mr. Siboni?
That's correct.
Is he associated with Gubis?
I don't know.
I see. Let's go down to page 181. And we see the CFO forwards you another call log where missed calls from Madlanga are circled. You see it goes over to 182. And you send some laughing emojis saying he's looking for you. I want to put to you that what's happening in this case is that the General has had a meeting with Mr. Mqina in relation to Gubis. He said, don't speak to me, speak to the CFO. The CFO has then approved of that course, and now Mr. Mqina is desperately trying on behalf of Gubis to get hold of the CFO. That's what we're seeing. I put it that to you, that's what we're seeing. You want to comment on that?
I would not comment on the missed calls of the CFO.
So you're not denying what I'm saying is correct, you're just saying you can't confirm it.
I'm not going to comment on the missed calls of the CFO.
But you did comment at the time. You sent 4 laughing emojis and the message, he's looking for you.
I'm saying I'm not going to comment on what you said earlier that the General has turned down Mr. Mqina. Now Mr. Mqina is frustrated. He's calling the CFO and the CFO don't answer his phone. I'm saying I cannot comment on that.
Well, let's see how you deal with this in relation to the General. Can you go back to, so go down to 608 in file 2.
File 268.
And there you'll see that at 5 to 8 on the night of 27th of March, you forward to the CFO a screenshot of your exchanges you forward to the General a screenshot of your exchanges with the CFO. So it starts with the mini screenshot of the General's exchanges with you that you've sent to the CFO. And the CFO's response, thanks my brother, this is the way, much appreciated, missed call, voice call, and then the missed calls from Madlanga. So you're telling the General that after he indicated to Kane and those guys that they must approach the CFO, Mr. Mqina has been trying hard to get hold of the CFO. Is that not what was happening?
I cannot comment on that.
Now, your version all along as to why you were sending out lists of preferred vehicles is that this was for a third party to check on compliance and that those vehicles were all compliant. Let's go to page 525.
Before you do that, at that page 608, the very last one that you looked at, Sergeant, you don't have to go there. This is the one where you forward these screenshots, including, you forward to the General, including the missed calls to the CFO from Mr. Madlanga. Why are you sending this log of missed calls from Mr. Mqina to Mr. Mnisi? Why are you sending this to General Dlamini?
Okay. I think, can you please repeat that question, my Honorable Commissioner?
The page that you were looking at just now, and you don't need to go there.
That's
I'll
correct.
remind you what it is. This is page 608, and this is you forwarding to General Dlamini a screenshot of your exchanges with the CFO, Mr. Mnisi. And the last two screenshots on that page are the missed calls that Mr. Chaskalson has been discussing with you. These are the calls from Mr. Madlanga. There's two calls, and then there's one missed call. My question is, why are you sending these call logs, these missed calls? Why are you sending that screenshot to General Dlamini?
I can't remember. I think, why did I send them, Commissioner?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
So at 5:25, we see that on the 13th of April, in chat 3 and chat 4, the General sends you a preliminary list of non-compliance issues. I'm putting it to you that this is a preliminary list of non-compliance issues with the Ngapesha bid, Ngapesha. The first is they need a lease agreement for the company and the director for rates and taxes. The second is they need some piece that the tender presumably required relating to the interpretation of the Prevention of Illegal Evictions Act. The third is that they need 3 years' financials to be done by an independent auditor and signed or certified that they've been audited. The fourth is that they need a lease agreement for vehicles. They'd apparently submitted a document which was a quotation from Avis, and the tender required an agreement with photographs of vehicles, including a 5-ton truck. The fifth non-compliance was that there was public liability insurance for 10 million that was needed. And underneath this list, he says to you, "Afternoon, Captain, I trust you're well and your family. Please push Becky to submit the above documents." Now, is he saying to you that in order to rectify his non-compliant tender, your brother must now produce those 5 documents? Is that what he was saying?
Interpreter?
Okushoyo wena ukuthi bathi lapha kufanele kube nalawo ma-document asubmithwayo ubhuti wakho kufanele awakhiphe abonise ukuthi baya-complya kunezinto akufanele ba-complya ngazo ezifakwe kuhla lapha ngaphezulu lapho kubhalwe khona lo mlayezo.
Cha.
No.
What was he saying?
Wangabe wayithini-ke manje?
Angisawukhumbuli kahle lo mbuzo or noma lengxoxo ubaba Dlamini owayisenda kimi ukuthi yayichazani kahle kahle.
I can no longer recall this message that Mr. Dlamini sent to me, what it explained.
Well, maybe if you go to the next page, 526, and you see your response to the general, that will help. First message. General, I spoke to Becky now. He tells me he's spoken to Nico when he was busy with documents of El Shaddai. Nico promised to help, but he's no longer answering his phone. Please check, Nico. I will push Becky. These people must know it's one thing, and they must work as a team, not the other way. Please, General, intervene. We can't lose now. We've been waiting for this for a while. What couldn't you lose?
Okay, I think it was with regards to the guy by the name of Nico, who is a tender document specialist, with regards to help in terms of the document and the compliance of the said companies.
So Nico was there to ensure that the bids would be compliant. This is now more than 6 months after the deadline for bid submission, and Nico is not helping to fix up potential problems with compliance in your brother's bid. Is that what's happening?
Can you repeat that so that I must answer you accordingly?
Nico was there to assist with compliance.
That's correct.
It is now 6 months since the bid submission deadline. Remember, the bid submission deadline was in October. It's
That's
now
correct.
April. And Nico has still not done what he should have done to ensure that the bid was compliant. Is that correct?
No. To answer that, according to my understanding or little knowledge about the project, once the project has been closed, there is no way that you can submit any further document. In this matter, I think it was another project in Mpumalanga that was to take place. So I'm thinking that it was with this regard where I was talking to the general about Becky.
But why would you speak to the general about a project in Mpumalanga?
Remember now, the general has got knowledgeable about security project. That is the reason he referred me to this Nico. So I'm always involving him when it comes to this Nico person.
Well, let's go further, because I think it's fairly clear that the non-compliance was in relation to tender number 1 of 2425 in Tswane. But before we go further, just the next chat on that page, the General says, I spoke to both of them now, Captain. And that screenshot of his phone, you'll see at page 326.
What page?
326, 326. I'm so sorry, it's chat 326, it's page 615. I'm sorry, it's file 2, page 615. I apologize for that. And you'll see that chat is a chat between the General, Becky Fana, who I presume is the General's name for your brother, and Nico Matobela. You see?
That's correct, I see.
And so we can assume that Nico's surname is Matobela, or at least that the General saves him as Nico Matobela.
That's correct.
And now, you said that these exchanges related to a project in Mpumalanga. Can we go to page 228? Do you have 228?
That's correct.
And this is now your chat with the General on the 24th of April. And if you see the message from the General at message time 12:39, which would be 2:39 p.m. on the 24th of April, the General says, Ngape share is grade B and has nothing in the documents. Mvuetu, please send to US and request him to provide him with information for the correction. We need grade A guards. We need grade A guards. So the General is saying that your brother's bid says only grade B, and that the bid that the city needs is grade A. And he's saying, send to the General, request him to provide with information for the correction. So these exchanges about deficiencies in the bid had to do with tender 1 of 2425, did they not? Do you have an answer to that?
I'm confused, Commissioner Kumala, if maybe my honorable member is asking or is commenting. So that's why I'm listening. What is the next move from here?
To be fair to him, Advocate Jaskalson, you did not invite him to come.
Sorry. Well, I did finish at the end, did they not? Which was a fairly oblique question. Well, I'm putting to you that these deficiencies in the bid that you were talking to the general about were deficiencies in a bid relating to a Tswani tender, tender number 1 of 24-25, which you, the CFO, and the general were hoping to rectify more than 6 months after the bid closure, the bid submission deadline. That's what I'm putting to you. Do you want to respond to that?
That's incorrect.
Well, let me, before I ask you to amplify, let me take you to a further set of chats. Can we then go to page 530? And there you will see from chat number 3 all the way through to the next page, there are a series of pictures that the general sends you. And what those pictures are, you'll see at pages 616 onwards. So let's go to 616, because then we can actually see what the general sent you. The first picture is a picture at page 616, and it's a picture of your brother's certificate of registration with the Security Industry Regulatory Authority. You see it?
That's correct.
And you'll see it has a grade B certification. If you look at, it says just below the date of issue, it says recognized training qualification as date of issue, grade B. You see it?
That's correct.
And you'll recall that the CFO said that we, in other words, Tswani, need grade A.
That's correct.
Let's look at the next one. Next page, page 217. This is a letter of good standing, and from 617, the next page. All of these pages will be sequential. If you look at the directors of the company, your brother is listed as the only director, and on the far right, his training status is grade B. And you'll recall that the requirement was for grade A. You recall that?
I don't know if I understand maybe this certificate correctly, but according to me here, I see grade A, B, C, D, E. In page 617.
No, Captain, those are the registered employees, so the active employees of the company.
Okay.
Advocate, just maybe they can put it up. It was up on the screen.
No, it's fine here.
You can see it here, yeah. So what he's talking about is just below grade A, B, C, D, E is the director's name or the member's name. And then it has your brother as the only director. And if you follow that line to the extreme right, his training status is then B. That's the one he's referring to.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Then if we go over the page, we see that someone has helpfully listed 6 different issues of non-compliance on a post-it stamp. The first is that the certificate, the PSIRA company certificate is not certified, the company is not certified. The second is that the director is grade B. The third is that the letter of good standing is also indicating grade B. The fourth, firearms. no licensed firearm registration. Fifth, no proof that you are up to date with Provident Fund, that would be Provident Fund contributions. The sixth, I don't fully understand, it says SOP, check pages 10, 13, and 19. Let's go to the next page because it doesn't stop at 6, in fact it goes on to 12. The seventh is to do with an Nkosi lease agreement or an Nkosi license, which apparently was missing. The eighth was that there was no bank rating. The ninth was that there was no list of tools and vehicles or photographs of tools and vehicles. The 10th was that there was no reference provided, no references and no experience indicated. The 11th was that the wrong CSD report was attached. And the 12th was that there were no rates and taxes clearance certificates from, well, the company was in arrears and hadn't shown a lease, and there was no rates and taxes certificate supplied in relation to the director. So there were 12 independent grounds on which your brother's bid should have been disqualified, I want to put to you. What's your response to that?
That's not true.
Well, let's move on. Let's go to 620. Let's look at the CSD registration report that was provided. The CSD registration report, at least according to whoever prepared this list, was not for your brother's company, it was for a company called Gabela 2 Trading and Projects. You see that?
That's correct.
If we go back to 531, there was a separate problem, which the General pointed out to you.
What is 500 then?
31. There at the top of 531, you'll see that the General also pointed out, and this was on the 24th of April 2025, more than 6 months after the bid submission deadline, that there was no auditor's letter. So what I want to put to you is the following propositions. I'll put them sequentially and then you can respond to them one after the other. Let me put them all to you. The first is that your brother's bid was manifestly non-compliant and should have been disqualified on any one of 12 different grounds. That's the first. The second is that you, the General, and the CFO conspired to ensure that this manifestly non-compliant bid was nonetheless awarded the tender. The fourth is that you achieved that outcome by impermissibly altering the bid and supplementing the bid at a date more than 6 months after the bid submission deadline, at which point no additional documents and no changes ought to have been capable of being made to the bid. And the last proposition is that this entire process was orchestrated in a manner that the CFO and the General never communicated directly with each other in a manner that would leave an electronic trail of what they were doing, but instead communicated indirectly through you. So those are the propositions. The first one is that your brother's bid ought to have been disqualified on any one of 12 different independent grounds. What's your response to that?
Firstly, the statement that you just uttered is false. Myself, the CFO and the general did not orchestrate anything. According to me, or my understanding, by the time when my brother submitted such documents for the tender that was closed 6 months before, all the documents were there because were compiled by the tender document specialist. So there is no way on earth that 6 months later or 6 months down the line, there were going to be documents that are not there. According to me now, or the way it happened here, I did not ask for the general's intervention in terms of communicating with Nico only on the Tshwane project, even in other provinces. This project was merely or barely meant for Mpumalanga, Matthew Posa municipality, or mall, something like that.
But Sergeant, why would the General Dlamini be talking to you about, in this kind of detail, telling you that the tender is the respects in which the tender is non-compliant? Why would he be telling you that in respect of Mpumalanga tender? And why are you talking to the CFO about it?
Okay, it was the matter of knocking doors, Commissioner, that my brother don't know, places or people in wherever other than Tshwane. So I'm bringing this to the commission that the reason this was done later, it is not because they were edits to file that already the project was closed. It's the ongoing project. Ongoing project.
Are you saying now that General Dlamini was also assisting your brother to prepare tender documents? It's no longer Nico now.
No. I'm not saying that,
Yes.
Commissioner. I'm saying through General Dlamini, Nico is the one who's doing all the documents. Now, the general makes sure, because if he's the one who recommended Nico, that Nico does what is expected of him. With regards to this project, there is no way that my brother's company would have short of papers 6 months later. There is no way.
Okay, let's take one example. The certificate that has been given shows a grade B,
Yes.
I think, training. It shows that. And you have a message which says we need grade A guards. That's what you get told. We need grade A guards. Now, explain why this has to do with the Mpumalanga tender coming from General Dlamini. General Dlamini says we need grade A. We know he's in Tshwane.
Yes.
We know you're talking to the CFO of Tshwane. What does this have to do? We need a grade A. What does it have to do with Mpumalanga? Or these two people, what do they have to do with Mpumalanga?
Okay. According to me now, or what transpired, the general received this message from Nico. That is now what I'm thinking. Now, the CFO is going to knock on the doors in Mpumalanga, but it was not all about the Tshwane project, because already it was closed 6 months prior.
Now, if the general received this from Nico, why is, because you said Nico is assisting your brother. He's not assisting the general. That's your evidence. He's
That's
been
correct.
assisting your brother with tenders. Why would Nico send this to the general instead of to your brother? Because according to you, your brother is being assisted by Nico. He was, in fact, I think you said, Nico or your brother was referred to Nico.
That's correct.
To assist him. Why is the general involved with this?
Now, General is involved because if I ask him to intervene between Peggy and Nico, and I assume that the reason that Nico was sending the general now is because maybe Peggy was playful or was not taking serious or was too busy. I might not know. That is the reason when you find in previous chart, I will say to the general, can you please intervene between Nico and Peggy so that there must be a progress. But I still stand by my statement that when that project was closed, my brother had already complied with everything. So this is an ongoing application of other tenders.
Thank you.
Can I put one last question, or one last set of questions to you, Sergeant? We know your brother's company was awarded the tender. Did El Shaddai get the tender also?
According to me, yes.
What about Gubis?
I don't know.
I want to put it to you that Gubis did get the tender as well. I want to put to you something that I would seek your comment on, because if you go back to page 177,
which file?
file 1. You'll see that on the 25th of March,
That is 177.
177.
Okay.
On the 25th of March, when you forwarded to the CFO the list of vehicles for land to be given in order of priority, there were 7 companies which did not include Gubis. You recall that?
That is the 25th of March, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
What also happened on the 25th of March is that you got a report from the general that he'd met with Kane and those guys today, and he told them that they should go back where they've started Mpofu. He told them that Mpofu is the only gateway, they can't go with a back door, that the general would only assist them if he got an indication from Mpofu to assist them, and the protocol had to be observed. That was on the 27th, sorry, that was on the 27th of March. That's at page 522.
Also 178, so that you don't move around.
178.
Yeah, the next page.
And then suddenly Madlanga started trying to contact the CFO. And then at the end of the process, Gubis made its way onto the list of people who did get the tender. I want to put to you that what happened in this case, is that Gubis were not on the list. They complained to the general. The general said, don't speak to me, there's only one gateway, it's the CFO. Madlanga then started calling the CFO regularly, and then lo and behold, Gubis find their way onto the list. What's your response to that?
I wouldn't comment on that because I would not comment on that.
Thank you. Sergeant, we've gone way past 4, and I'm about to shift to another topic altogether. So unless the commissioners want to keep sitting, I'm happy to take a break here. Commissioners seem disinclined to continue sitting.
I'll ask my questions on this tomorrow. Or perhaps just, it won't be long. Sergeant, in response to a much earlier question by Mr. Shaskalsin and a question by Commissioner Baloyi, you said that your brothers, that is Ngapesheya, your brothers' company's documents were compliant as at the time of submission. Did I understand you correctly?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Yes. Now, the date of submission, or rather the deadline, was in 2024. Is that correct?
Which page is that, Commissioner?
Look at 566, page 566. That's when Tswane has put together a list of all the companies that had put in bids. So they would only do that if it's already past the deadline. And according to that document at the top, it's the deadline was the 2nd of October, 2024. So you must accept that, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Now, what I want to understand is, do you think that the general could have said that some documents were outstanding in respect of Ngapesheya if they were in fact not outstanding?
Okay, can you repeat that, my honorable?
Do you think that the general would have said that some of Ngapesheya's documents were outstanding when in fact they were not outstanding?
I just want maybe when I respond, I must not respond maybe negatively or wrongfully. According to my understanding now, Commissioner, is that the document that the general sent to me, it had nothing to do.
No, please don't anticipate the next question I'm going to ask, Sergeant. Please, just answer the one that I've already asked. Do you think that the general would have said that there were documents that Ngapesheya had not submitted, if in fact, as at the deadline, Ngapesheya had submitted all the documents that were required?
The general would never do that.
Sorry?
He would never do that.
He would not do that. Now, remember, we have agreed that the deadline was towards the end of 2024. Mr. Shaskalson took you to a chat at page 525 on file 2, page 525. And there at chat number 3, there's a list of 5 documents that are said to be outstanding. That's the general. And the general is communicating with you. So it's not just that list. In the next chat, chat number 4, the general then says, "Afternoon, Captain. I trust you are well and your family. Please push Peggy being your brother, correct?
That's correct.
Please push Peggy to submit the above documents." That's the list of the five documents in chat number 3. Obviously, that means those documents are outstanding, and this is as at 4 October 2020. No, 13 April, I'm sorry. This is as at 13 April 2025. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Now, the effect of this is that these documents are outstanding and the general is asking you to push Peggy to submit them. And you could only be asked to push Peggy to submit the documents if the documents were indeed outstanding, correct?
But not on this tender. I'm thinking on other ones, but not on this one.
Is that a Swane tender as well?
No.
So you're going back to the Mpumalanga thing, the Mpumalanga story.
Or maybe it's, I did not understand your question correctly.
So I'm saying, are you saying that this relates to the Mpumalanga tender that you referred to in response to Commissioner Baloyi?
I can, maybe the interpreter can intervene.
You say that the outstanding documents listed here by the general do not relate to the tender that we have been discussing. Did you not just say so?
I can't recall that.
Or which tender did these documents relate to? The documents listed in chat number 3, which tender did they relate to?
Commissioner, I can't even recall. My mind is...
You've just said they did not relate to the Swane tender that we've been talking about. So if you know that they did not relate to that tender, that must be because you know which tender they related to. So which tender did they relate to?
Okay, I think they related to the 21.
To the very one we've been discussing throughout.
Yes.
Then my earlier question stands, which is that as at 13 April 2025, that means at the very least 5 documents were outstanding in respect of your brother's tender. Correct? It follows as a matter of course, it's only logical.
No, they were not outstanding, commissioners.
What did the general mean then? Did the general not mean that these documents were outstanding?
He meant they were outstanding, but not on this project.
I will stop here because it seems we are moving in circles. I will leave it, General.
Can I ask just one
I will
question?
leave it, Sergeant. I'm sorry for promoting you.
Sergeant Nkosi, why would the CFO of Tshwane and the General Dlamini, be discussing with you a tender in Mpumalanga? Why would the CFO of Tshwane have any interest in assisting you in a tender in Mpumalanga?
Okay, according to me, it is not the matter of maybe in a bad way, but is trying to help where you could.
Is that what you say he was doing? He was helping you where he could in relation to a tender in Mpumalanga?
In the mall, yes.
And it's just a coincidence that around the same time, they were evaluating a tender, a security tender in the city of Tshwane, which your brother had bid for. So it was just a coincidence that while he's helping you with a bid in Mpumalanga, they are also evaluating a bid in Tshwane where your brother has submitted a bid. That's just a coincidence.
That is my submission to my honorable.
And do you think it's proper that the CFO of Tshwane, while evaluating a tender in which your brother has submitted a bid, is also assisting you in relation to a bid in another municipality?
No. He was, Commissioner, he was not assisting as in assisting. He was knocking on doors. I'm just saying.
Knocking on doors for you or your brother, that's assistance. So while he's evaluating your brother's bid in Tshwane, at the same time, you're forwarding to him things that relate to a tender in Mpumalanga, and he's helping you with that, at the same time that he's evaluating your brother's tender in Tshwane. And what I find exceptionally odd is this. If you had submitted all these documents in the Tshwane bid, you wouldn't have a problem because the CFO of Tshwane would say, oh no, you already have these documents, you've submitted them to us. Because you don't need multiple annual financial statements. If you've got one set, you use the same set. If you've got one SIRA certificate and it is certified, if you've got one SIRA letter of good standing and it is certified, in the same calendar year, you can use all those documents. It's highly improbable that for Tshwane you would have been compliant, but for Mpumalanga you would not be compliant. It just doesn't make sense.
Sometimes it does, Commissioner.
No, not in the same financial year, no. In a different year, maybe. If you look at the SIRA certificate, for example, it expires in 2026. So the same certificate could have been used.
You would find that at that particular time when my brother submitted those documents, they did not have, maybe he might have misplaced them somewhere. So that's why that even, that can also add that why it was outstanding.
Yes, but then you could get them from the CFO. You could say, CFO, can I have the documents that I've submitted with you? I need to use them in another tender in Mpumalanga because I'm already compliant. Because a SIRA certificate is a SIRA certificate. It does not change. So look at page 616. That certificate expires on 10 January 2026. It was issued on the 10th of January 2024, 11 Jan 2024. It would not have changed because that is the certificate that applied during the relevant period. And the same thing with the SIRA letter of good standing on the next page. The issue was they were not certified. So if your answer to the chair is that the ones submitted to Tshwane were certified, then that's all you needed to do, obtain those ones and use them in Mpumalanga. So your position that we were compliant in Tshwane, but for Mpumalanga we would not have been compliant, it doesn't make sense.
Sergeant Nkosi, do you realize that it's a matter of relative ease for documents to be obtained, if there are any, and please underline if there are any, in respect of the Mpumalanga tender that you are referring to? Do you realize that?
Can you repeat that, Commissioner?
Do you realize that it's a matter of relative ease for documents relating to the Mpumalanga tender that you are referring to, if any such tender exists? Do you realize that? Can you please interpret, Ms. Maria? I'm sure you can. I've asked the question twice.
Uyabona ukuthi bekulula
Kulula khona manje.
kulula ukuthola lawo ma document ukuthi asebenze eMpumalanga ngoba ngabe ebekhona ebetholakele kule tender.
Kulula ukuthi atholakale khona manje. Kulula ukuthi. Uyakubona lokho, uyakuqonda lokho.
Okay. Ukuthi ngimuzwe kahle uCommissioner uthi ungabe lama document bekakade ekhona eTshwane bengeke kube inkinga ukuthi abe khona naseMpumalanga. Cha.
Namanje kulula kumanje.
Yeah. Ukuthi amaphepha ale tender okhuluma ngayo kulula ukuthi angatholakala eMpumalanga uma ekhona. Uyaqonda lokho?
Yes, good.
Kulula ukuthi atholakale khona manje. Angithi?
That's correct, Thomas.
Yes. As you sit there, are you saying that such a tender was indeed issued, and that if inquiries relating to that tender are made, documents relating to it can be found?
Kunjalo, Commissioner.
What exactly was this tender? What was the work that was required to be done in terms of that tender?
Bekugada umall according to the information.
A mall belonging to whom?
Somewhere in Mpofu-Walsh municipality. But I can't be sure exactly which department, but somewhere in Mpofu-Walsh.
I'm saying mall belonging to whom, Sergeant Nkosi?
I don't know. Maybe
I heard you refer to, just a minute. I heard you refer to a department, so I'm suggesting that this could possibly have been a mall belonging to a department.
Maybe I put it wrongfully when I say a mall, but it was some entity there in Mpumalanga. But I remember that it was Mpofu-Walsh, somewhere there.
Mpofu-Walsh municipality.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Or may I ask between you and your attorneys to try to obtain the documents relating to that tender?
That's correct.
May I, while you noting that you are still going to get those documents, may I just show you that this exchange it wasn't about knocking on doors trying to get business, but in fact related to a tender that has been submitted already. Mr. Chaskalson has said to you this was Tshwane, you say it's in Mpumalanga, but in any case, it is a tender that has been submitted and that you should not be interfering with. If you look at page 525, chat 3, which lists, the chair has taken you through the documents that are listed there. If you look at item 4, that tells you that it is a shortcoming in a tender that has been submitted. It says, lease agreement of vehicles. The document submitted, underline that, submitted of Avis is a quotation, and we need an agreement with photos of vehicles, including a 5-ton truck. Now, you have said the 5-ton truck was required for the Tshwane tender earlier on in your discussion with Mr. Chaskalson. Now you're saying this related to guarding a mall. Maybe tomorrow you'll explain why you need a 5-ton truck for that. But more importantly, in that item 4, it says Beggy has submitted the wrong document, a quotation instead of an agreement. So that's the clearest indicator, the reference to what has been submitted and that is required to be corrected, 1. 2, that the photos including a 5-ton truck, which you told us earlier, that was required for this tender. This is the Tshwane tender. Those are clear indicators that this relates to a tender that had been submitted and corrections are being sought to be made. And your response in page 526 is very much consistent with a tender that has been submitted that must still be decided. And I'm going to read just the last 2 lines. You say, please, General, intervene. We can't lose now. We've been waiting for this for a while. So this is not about knocking at doors. This is about a tender whose decision is pending. And you're asking the general to press so that you don't lose. You cannot lose. This is something you've been waiting for a while. If this was about knocking on doors, then there's nothing to it. There's nothing specific that you've been waiting for a while. You're going to be, as you tell us, Mr. Mnisi will be knocking doors and hope to get a contract. But here, it's a very specific contract. And I'm putting to you that you're not being truthful when you say this is Mpumalanga and it's about knocking on doors and you hope that you hit something when you knock doors. This is specific. This is a Tshwane tender, and everything that you say about Mpumalanga is untruthful, in fact. But I say that mindful that the chair has said you must provide documents of that Mpumalanga tender that you were dealing with. Do you have any comment to what I've said?
No comment.
All right, thank you, Surgeon. Thank you, Chair.
Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.